Is
Sam looks like he's on the phone, so.
it says is now streaming live on custom live streaming services. Okay. So we will now go to Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. It says I'm live from Belfast, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Thank you.
Great. And Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am live from the State House. I'm Heidi Sampson from House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I am Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I represent the good people of House District 148 in Central Aroostook County.
Right. And Representative Lyman.
Good morning. I too am at the Capitol and I represent District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tim Roach. I represent District 7, Wells.
And I would ask Ms. Risler if she could introduce herself.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Hillary Risler, and I am the legislative analyst from OPLA for the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee.
Great. And our committee clerk is Sam Baker. Sam, could you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sam Baker. When I'm not clerking, I'm probably riding my bike on the rail trail or reading a good book by the Gardner waterfront.
but I know that your preference is to be here with us. All right. So we are ready to proceed, and I will call on Ms. Risler. And I'm assuming that everybody on the committee received the draft that she sent out yesterday. And yesterday afternoon was the final draft at this point. Is that correct, Ms. Risler?
That is well, I wouldn't call it anything final, but most up to date.
Okay. So if you could walk us through that, that will be the starting point.
Yes, and having been shared with the committee, I also just let our clerk know that he can send that out to the IP list and to the public as well if there's anyone asking for it as I go through it. And I'm responding that orally because I couldn't type quickly enough to his email before I was up. All right, so just quickly, if you remember when we last met to discuss this back in April, Representative Brennan had asked me to draft some language basically in 4 parts. And the first part had to do with the moving of the Part C, or the birth to under 3-year-olds, from CDS to DOE. The second part had to do with providing oversight, direction, and benchmarks for a centralized billing process. The third part, some reporting or status updates on child find improvements. And then the fourth part had to do with directing the Department of Education to start establishing a process for moving from the regional CDS system to school-based services for the 3 to 5-year-olds. I didn't have much more direction than that. And so the draft you have in front of you is pulled from a few different sources. Some of it is some previous bills that have been introduced in front of this committee. A lot of it is pulled from some of the implementation action steps from the PCG report. And then there was also some input from Representative Millett, Representative Brennan on a couple pieces as well. As Representative mentioned before we got started, this is a sort of draft language that is not yet attached to any particular bill. The committee may remember that originally the committee had been authorized to report out legislation based on the PCG report, but upon the adjournment of the first regular session, that authority lapsed. And so also, as Representative Brennan mentioned, the committee, if you want to move forward, could use some of this draft language in conjunction with a couple of the concept draft or placeholder bills that the committee still has in your possession to schedule for a public hearing and then be worked in the normal course. So with that introduction, I'm just going to start going through the draft. And I'm sure there will be questions. And I have some questions of my own. So once we finish, I'll stop sharing my screen, but can certainly pull this back up at any point if the committee wants to circle back to any particular parts. So the first section here has to do with the transitioning of the Part C services from CDS to DOE. Part C is considered the birth to under 3-year-olds, so the birth to 2-year-olds. I know there are some committee questions or concerns about where the 3-year-old should be served, and so that's something we can certainly circle back to. But for now, the draft only moves the birth to under 3. The first section of the bill here, basically, in current law, the child with a disability is defined to include both the children from birth to under 3, as well as the children who are at least 3 years of age and under 20. So this part of the draft basically pulls out these birth to under 3-year-olds so that they are their own section, so they can be referred separately from the 3 to 5-year-olds. And essentially, although very long, that's mostly what this entire portion of the draft is doing. So here you have section 2D, which basically is this new definition for just the birth to under 3-year-olds, which is a term used as an infant or toddler with a disability. So for example, there's a definition of early intervention services. Early intervention services in the statute only applies to the birth to under 3-year-olds, and so it replaces that definition here. So instead of a child with a disability, it's an infant or toddler with a disability. Most of the provisions that they would be amending is in section 7209, which provides the authority, provides that early intervention for the birth to under 3s and the provision of FAPE, or free and appropriate public education, to children at least 3 years of age and under 6 years of age. And so this portion of the bill is essentially taking all of those birth to 2 and pulling them out of where they currently are and putting them in a new section under the responsibility of the Department of Education. So it provides that the commissioner or the commissioner's designee is responsible for the provision of services for infants and toddlers with disabilities, pursuant to a new subsection 9, which I'll get to in a moment. This section of the bill has to do with the state intermediate educational unit. And basically what this is doing is the same thing. It's pulling out all of the birth to under 3s and just leaving the educational intermediate unit as serving the children who are at least 3 years of age to under 6 years of age. So it doesn't make any changes for the 3 to under 6. It's just pulling out all those components of the birth to under 3. So for example, here you can see that it says a state intermediate unit would engage in child-find activities for children at least 3 years of age until 6 years of age, rather than for all children with a disability. Similarly, it pulls out the data collection for the birth to under 3 years of age. It pulls out the early intervention for birth to under 3. So just all of those pieces that solely relate to the birth to under 3 get pulled out. And this is the same thing that's happening in all of these sections that I'm scrolling through. And then all of those pieces that are being pulled out, and I know I'm scrolling through this quickly and I'm happy to go back, but all those pieces that are being pulled out get plugged into this new subsection 9, which provides that the Department of Education shall engage in the child-defined activities for birth to under 3, engage in child count for the birth to under 3, engage in the appropriate data collection, ensure the children receive early intervention services, coordinate with families, ensure that children from birth to under 3 years of age receive appropriate referrals, appropriate training and staff development, and report annually. And what this section basically says is that any of those reporting requirements that CDS is currently doing, the department will have to do for this age group now that the department is in charge rather than CDS. So the other thing that this bill is drafted does is that there are a number of provisions in Title 22, which is Health and Human Services, having to do with referrals. And this section is basically fixing all of those cross references. So for example, This section of Title 22 requires the Department of Health and Human Services to refer newborn infants with confirmed treatable congenital, genetic, or metabolic conditions or critical congenital heart disease. Previously, of course, to the Child Development Services. At this point, instead, it would be to the Department of Education. Similarly, there's a provision in Title 22 regarding Medicaid reimbursement. This adds the Department of Education because services would be provided under the auspices of the Department of Education for those birth to under 3. This again is another referral section to Department of Education rather than CDS. And this is about a central registry for birth defects. And again, it's just fixing that referral from Child Development Services to Department of Education. The next portion of this section is unallocated language, as in not statutory language, that essentially would direct the Department of Education to develop a detailed implementation plan in accordance with the action steps identified in that Early Childhood Special Education Implementation Plan report, which is the Part C implementation plan, which is the PCG report. This is just the way of referring to it. And it requires that the department, no later than January 15th of next year, submit the implementation plan and report on all steps, benchmarks, and milestones toward implementation of the transition of Part C from CDS to the Department of Education to both the Education and Cultural Affairs and Health and Human Services committees, since there is a lot of overlap here, and that the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee may report out legislation related to the implementation plan and report to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. If the committee ends up moving forward with any of these bills, I will say that I suspect over the next 3 years of the transition, there very well may be some additional statutory changes that everyone realizes become necessary. It also requires the Department of Education to develop a budget, since we were pulling this out of CDS, as well as I'm sure there are certainly some contracts and leases that probably CDS currently has in regards to the birth to under 3-year-olds, and so this would require the department to develop a plan to transfer any necessary contracts to the Department of Education. And then, as I mentioned, so next year you would get a report on the implementation plan. This next section requires 2 additional reports annually for the latter 2 years of the transition on the progress to both, again, the Education and Health and Human Services committees, and would authorize legislation if needed to the first or second regular session of the 131st legislature. And then this last session simply provides that on July 1st of 2024, the responsibility for early intervention services for infants and toddlers with disabilities transfers to the Office of Special Services within the Department of Education. The 3-year transition timeline is based on, again, what was in the PCG report. So some questions. First and foremost, I know there's been a lot of conversation about where 3-year-olds should be served, whether they should stay with the infants and toddlers or whether they should stay with the 4- and 5-year-olds. And so I know that's a topic that at least some committee members want to discuss today and maybe make some changes based on that. There was also a question about whether the committee wanted to establish a stakeholder group similar to the advisory committee on the PCG report to be responsible for consulting with Department of Education. I will note that the PCG implementation plan does direct the department to convene a stakeholder group, but if the committee wanted a more legislatively enacted stakeholder group, the committee could do that as well. And I know the Department of Education also may have some comments and recommendations on the way this is currently drafted in terms of keeping the intermediate education unit and how the director of early childhood will work. We didn't have a whole lot of time to go back and forth on that. I let the department know that if they did have comments or questions, it's probably good to raise this morning. And so they may have some recommendations about some slightly different ways of doing that. Okay, so moving on to the second part. This will be a little bit shorter than the first one. The second part has to do with the centralized billing. This would be just unallocated language that would direct the Department of Education to collaborate with the Department of Health and Human Services to establish oversight procedures, direction, and benchmarks to develop a central billing system to process claims to main care and private insurance that maximizes revenue through automation and efficiencies for infants and toddlers with disabilities and children with disabilities birth to age 20. And these benchmarks are pulled directly from the PCG report But they would include identification of necessary revisions to the main care billing manual for early intervention services, including necessary codes, modifiers, and requirements that would need to be built into the system. Determination of whether payment would go directly from the private insurance plan and main care directly to the contracted provider, or on a pay and chase basis where the state reimburses the contracted provider and chases the third-party reimbursement for the private insurance plan and main care, and a timeline for the development of any request for proposals for the central billing system. And this would require the department to report back again to both the Education and Health and Human Services committees no later than March 1st of 2022 on everything that they're developing, and that the committee could report out a bill. And as I said, I'm really just pulled these from the PCG report, and it could certainly be expanded or narrowed as the committee wants to proceed. This was the third part that I was asked to draft. This basically, you heard that the committee has a number of initiatives currently on child fine. So this would simply direct the Department of Education to report back to the committee no later than March 1st of 2022 on any of their efforts to develop, improve, and oversee the implementation of their statewide child fine plan. Again, pulled from the PCG report that the report must include meetings and recommendations from the Interagency Coordinating Council, updates on current initiatives, an examination of how the state can move forward on expanded eligibility criteria to enable more children with less significant developmental delays to be served in comparison with eligibility criteria in other states, and any additional recommendations on child fine, and would authorize the committee to report out a bill to the second regular session of the 130th. And then the last portion that I was asked to draft would be directing the Department of Education from moving from the regional CDS system to school-based services for 3 to 5-year-olds. Based on the direction I received, my understanding was that this was not intended to make any statutory change at this time. This would just be directing the department to start working on it. This would include that the department establish a process, timeline, and implementation for transitioning the provision of early childhood special education services for children with disabilities from 3 years of age to under 6 years of age. However, I would note there is that additional conversation about whether this should really be for the 3-year-olds or just the 4 and 5-year-olds. These are some samples of things that the committee could ask the department to include in their report. This is really up to the committee how detailed you want it to be in your request, how prescriptive or not. This could be, I guess, again, kept the same, expanded or narrowed as you want. But it would currently include addressing the implementation plan components as presented in that PCG report, defining a role for the department and regional offices to contract with private providers in situations where a school administrative unit is unable to provide the appropriate level of service to meet a child with disabilities individual education program plan, provide specificity regarding funding to the state of main care that does not flow through the EPS funding formula, provide steps, benchmarks, and milestones for department, child development services, and school administrative units to meet before and during any transition period developed, including but not limited to an independent project manager not employed by the Department of Education, and a detailed plan of the evaluation and assessment tools to be developed to determine whether the CDS and school administrative units are meeting steps, benchmarks, and milestones, and which provides that if progress towards implementation is not being met, the position must cease until a solution can be determined. And a couple of those components came at the suggestion of Representative Millett. And so I just note that she may be able to answer some questions on some of that as well. And then this would require a report back to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee on everything that the department is developing, as well as suggested legislation to implement, because I do believe that legislation would be necessary to move towards implementation. The report would have to include each of the components, as well as including recommendations on the placement of the 3-year-olds if the committee wants to include that, or if the committee wants to be directive on that, that's up to you. And then, of course, the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee could submit legislation related to the report. So again, I think the department probably has some thoughts on this portion, and I'll leave that to them. There was some conversation on where 3-year-olds should be served. Again, whether the committee wanted to develop any advisory committee similar to the PCG report. And the department also brought up that there are some early adopters, and there was a question of whether the committee wanted to include any sort of language on those who are early adopters and currently already starting to serve those 4 and 5-year-olds in their school administrative unit.
Well, thank you, Ms. Risler. That was excellent and very, very helpful. And for some reason, when you walked through it and explained it, it became much clearer to me than when I was reading it myself. So had I had you in college, I might have done much better than I did. So thank you very much. And at this point, we'll look to questions from the committee. Does anybody have questions from Ms. Risler on the draft that she has presented? Representative Salisbury, and then Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, being new to the process, it would be helpful if we could hear from Representative Millett or Mr. Farnsworth, maybe to hear a little bit more about how we got to this point and what these changes effectively look like. If we made this bill, what happens if this goes into play?
Okay.
Thanks.
So at this point, I'd like to any questions to be directed at Ms. Risler and what she's drafted, and then we will get to the department and to other. So Representative Salisbury, we will answer your question. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, just for clarification, as these children are moved to the local district, does the money follow them?
Do you mean for the 4 and 5 year olds?
All of them.
So I think that is one of those questions, and that is something that will need to be determined in the implementation plan. That's certainly something. So as I mentioned, in the 4 and 5 year olds, there was a lot of discussion on how are these kids going to be funded? Are they going to be funded through EPS? I think there was a desire from a lot of committee members that these kids not be funded through EPS, that this be full 100% state funded as they are currently in CDS. But that is part of the development of the budget that the department would need to do. Excuse me. And so I think that's something that isn't fully decided, but that should be clear as this moves forward exactly how they should be funded. And I do know there was a pretty expressed desire to keep it as state funding and not through EPS.
Okay, that helps tremendously. Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just point you to page 17 that the drafted language as it stands right now for the committee's consideration under section 1, subsection C, is provide specificity regarding funding through the state and main care that does not flow through the essential programs and services funding formula.
So Representative Salisbury, did you have a follow-up question? No. Okay. All right. So at this point, any other questions for Ms. Risler? And I just have one general question, well, number of specific, but just general. So at this point, you've drafted this as one proposal. We've talked about resolves and LDs. Given what you've presented at this point, how would you see this broken down going forward?
So that's entirely up to the committee. I did draft it in one document because I just think that's the easiest way to read through it, but I did try to keep it separate in terms of 4 separate component parts so that the committee could advise how the committee wants to move forward and whether the committee wants to move maybe some parts in one vehicle, other parts in a different vehicle, but really that's ultimately up to the committee.
Okay.
And quite frankly, because the committee is not reporting out a bill at this point, it's really up to what you would like to see drafted in one of the placeholder drafts. This is sort of an odd way of doing it is because we don't have that committee vote to report out a bill.
Right.
So it's really up to whether the committee as a whole or individuals want to present as amendments to the concept drafts that are currently in the committee's possession.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from members of the committee for Ms. Risler? All right. Seeing none, what I'd like to do, Sam, if we could have the 4 members of the department join us at this point, and we'll ask them to comment on the draft and answer any questions that people might have. After that, we will move to Nancy Cronin and to Representative Farnsworth. So welcome, Ms. Frazier. Good to see you. And do you want to introduce the other people from the department, or do you want me to call on people?
I'll introduce everybody. Thank you, Representative Brennan and Senator Rafferty and the committee for having us to speak on this near and dear to our hearts subject. So we have Jamie Michu, who is the Part C coordinator for CDS currently, and Dr. Roberta Lucas, who is the state director for CDS, and also the designated 619 coordinator. 619 is children ages 3 to 5. And then we also have JC Holmes, who has an extensive history with this bill, I think, and used to work many, many years ago at CDS, from what I understand. So she's seen all iterations of this bill. So she's kind of a historical knowledge, as most of us, as you know. Jamie and Roberta started working in CDS last October, and I just a little more than a year and a half ago. So we did read this bill and support many of the key elements of it. We certainly support Part C, which is 0 to 3-year-olds coming into the Department of Education. And the only kind of question that we have would be the staffing mechanism. We feel very strongly, and I will, defer to my colleagues too if they have further statements they want to say on Part C. There's a lot to this bill, so we'll stick with Part C first. We really feel strongly that one of the things that makes Part C strong is that we don't rely mostly on contracted staff, that we have our own staff, that we can make sure run programming with fidelity. We can make sure they're supervised adequately and evaluated in accordance to what our expectations are for Part C employees. And so we just want to make sure that it doesn't become a feature of contracting out these services globally for 0 to 3 years of age. So we find that one of the challenges in 619 is how many contracted service providers that we are working with, and it's difficult to navigate or make demands or supervise or provide professional development to contracted staff. So that's one thing that we feel really strongly about. I do think for Part C, it offers the opportunity to rebrand Part C and kind of differentiate it in some way from 619, which might be positive, might have positive benefit. And just making sure one of the complications is there's 84 CDS employees that work 100% with 0 to 3-year-olds. There's 145 who work in some manner with Part C and also Part B. So there is a challenge of separating these two in terms of a lot of the workforce is hovering between the two systems at this point. I don't know, Jamie or Roberta, if you wanted to add anything. Okay.
I think you summed that up really nicely, Erin, but if anyone does have further questions or wanted more details, I'd be happy to fill in any blanks that you still have.
So in this bill, we definitely, the department, in my role, I oversee CDS, and Roberta also oversees CDS. We have new fiscal oversight of CDS that comes from the special services team that makes a nice global transition from 0 to 22 at this point. So we feel strongly that it would not be challenging to provide job descriptions and a budget, and we could work on those things and try to tease out what the cost difference is. We also have a Part C federal grant that we manage. The department oversees that. So those things could happen. The challenge in my mind is, taking on an additional 100 state employees for Part C. That seems to me to be a challenge that I don't, I would have to, obviously, I just want people to understand how that would work, because I think it would be challenging to expand the Department of Education to that level of staff. All of the reporting that is indicated, other than the strategic plan to separate out Part C, all of the reporting that is done annually from Part C and 619 we have been providing that reporting annually, so that's not a big change. And then the second change is the moving the 3 to 5 year olds, or developing a strategic plan to move that to the SAU. And we feel like we could definitely work on a strategic plan. We could put together stakeholders. We could we have some great guidelines from the PCG report around the fiscal understanding of that. I think the fiscal piece of that would be probably the most challenging. And I do believe that the SAU could have administrative oversight of 3 to 5 year olds without actually being the provider of service, because of the infrastructure that's built currently. So that's one thing that we'd be able to understand how to support the 3 year olds, even they wouldn't be potentially in a school setting, but we would be just the administrative oversight of the SAU would provide that nice progression from 3 to 5 year olds. And there's a significant amount of coordination that happens between C to B. So there's a significant amount there's a structure in place currently from Part C that, manages several meetings up until the 3rd birthday, so that we have an active IEP in place at the 3rd birthday. So we'd have to be really mindful of that process and make sure that, of course, with the oversight of 619 under the Department of Education, we'd have that transition. So we would have to manage that sensitively. And then also, I think putting the 619 coordinator officially in the Department of Education would be a very important move here as well. If that's not written in the bill, then we would love to add that the Section 619 coordinator become part of the Department of Education for that oversight and the continuum of services.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the department staff? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions going back to Part C around staffing. I definitely see that as a big departure from the PCG report. So I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more with you, if that's okay. PCG really made a very strong point repeatedly with folks about how they felt it was best practice to have the services provided through contractors, providing I think they were concerned about oversight, et cetera. So can you explain to me how the department has arrived at a different conclusion?
Yeah, and I'll have Jamie speak more about contracted services from Part C. But the problem with contracting services and not housing that under an organization that has some control over employee work and the efficacy of their work and the breadth of knowledge and the professional development and oversight. The problem with contracting these services out broadly is that we would potentially lose the fidelity of the programming that we've cultivated very very much in Part C. So, and we see that in 619, where we rely on a series of, you know, a broad amount of providers who are contracting, and the level of services are variable based on the provider. So that is one of the reasons why we did not agree with that recommendation by the PCG report for contracting Part C services out. And Jamie, I'll let you maybe say it more eloquently than I can.
Yes, so when we transition to our current routines-based model, which is an evidence-based early intervention model that we are using for Part C, we've been able to do that. When we switched, we did it in a relatively short amount of time. And it's always been felt pretty strongly that a big contributing factor to that is that we have a lot of employees in Part C. So when we compare Part C and our Part B 619, that is a big difference. The 619 relies much more heavily on contracted providers. So we have our staff working in Part C, which brings about many advantages. As you can imagine, when we're directly supervising those staff, we are able to provide them with not only initial training with carrying out our model with fidelity, but we have a lot more oversight of their day-to-day work duties. We do their personnel evaluation so we can be clear of what they are doing really well, and then also what we need to continue helping them to do. Really, it's just a much stronger approach to making sure that the infants and toddlers and their families who are in Part C are getting the best quality services.
Mr. Chair, if I may have just some follow-up on this. Thank
Certainly.
you.
Yep.
Thank you. So just recently, we were able to pass salary increases to these employees. Prior to that, I was aware that there was a serious staffing issue, which was one of the elements that was creating wait lists. So my question to you is then, how confident are you that by keeping them in as government employees, the department will be able to maintain their salaries to a competitive level so that we do not find ourselves in such a desperate situation again?
I don't know, Jamie, do you have any information on the, again, I think that the staffing shortages were in Part B and not Part C, but I'm not certain of that, which is why I'm leaning on you, Jamie. Is that true that there was not the staffing shortage associated with Part C as there was in Part B?
Correct. So we have never had a significant issue with Part C staffing. What we have historically done is fill in any roles on our early intervention teams that are not filled with an employee. We do reach out and use contracted providers. So it's sort of the reverse of the 619, where they're relying more primarily on contracted providers and a few staff. We have primarily staffed with contracted providers to fill in any gaps. And we historically have not had any problems finding contracted providers to fill in those vacant roles on our teams as needed. And it provides a really nice mix between contracted staff, contracted providers, and staff who are working directly at each site.
So in regard to your question about maintaining the salaries that we've brought up, we're going into our third year, and then we're going into contract negotiations this fall. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to answer right now what that would mean in terms of bringing the salaries over and matching those. That's, again, something that would be part of that study, I'm sure. And I don't know if there are thoughts of keeping the quasi-governmental Part C in place and moving oversight to the Department of Education. It has oversight now, but moving that, Part C coordinator into the Department of Education. But really, there has been a really significant difference from what I've been told on the 619 staffing ratios and the Part C providers.
Okay, I'll just say that using contracted services to fill in for Part C does not indicate to me that everything's hunky-dory with Part C staffing. It sounds like there was an issue and you had to go externally temporarily to fill in those slots. So I'm thinking that's kind of a signal that we still have an issue.
I can give you some more information about that if you'd like, Representative Millett. So the filling in with contracted providers is to ensure that we have all of the main disciplines represented on our teams. So it's not a matter of picking up to address a wait list issue or a compliance issue. It's to ensure that we have all of the training and expertise available on our early intervention teams for the infants and toddlers and their families that are enrolled in the program. So we have a set composition of who we would like to be present on our teams. Each site has a team of people. So for instance, if there's no speech therapist on staff, then we would look to who could meet that need with a contracted provider. So some sites just haven't had these positions in their budget. And then sometimes we just can't locate people, but that's not the most common occurrence. The most common occurrence is we have the majority of our roles on staff with contracted providers as needed. So I hope that helps. I hope that helps clear up how we have contracted providers mixed in with staff.
Sort of. Ms. Fraser, can I get to your concern about adding 100 new employees to the department? You said that there's 84 CDS employees for 0 to 3.
So let me clarify. There's 145 individuals working on Part C on certain aspects. 84 staff are working 100% in Part C, and the remaining 60 are working on C and B. So we might say they might be working half-time in Part C and half-time in Part B, but because of the fact that this organization has been together for so many years, the staff have dual roles. And so I was just kind of averaging if we were going to have individuals working as department employees, I would say I was just kind of like averaging that 100 full-time employees would be the equivalent of 60 that were working about half-time in Part C and half-time in B. It's a guesstimate.
So I would assume when these folks are under CDS that there is a supervision structure for this program. And so my question would be, why couldn't those positions be moved over to the department, thereby alleviating your concern about taking on these new employees?
I'm not concerned about taking the Part C employees into the Department of Education and continuing our work. My concern is only if we would contract that work out and not have employees for Part C.
Okay, so no, okay. Okay, I think I must have misheard you.
Yeah, that's just, maintaining oversight of individuals, requiring professional development, being able to follow through an evaluation to make sure that we have a high degree of services is what we would continue to want to do.
Which currently is happening with the employees.
Yes.
And you are comfortable bringing those employees into the department.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
I have Representative Dodge, and before I get to that, I just want to concur with Representative Millette. I think I misheard as well. That it seems to me that since last October, September, there's consistently been a recommendation that has been supported about moving the Part C into the department. And it, Ms. Fraser, it almost sounded as if you were now hesitant for those employees, but you're basically saying your concern is the number of contracted employees in terms of the supervision, not necessarily the addition of employees themselves. Is that correct?
I guess the only concern I have, I don't have any concern with taking Part C into the DOE. The only concern I have is, the process of taking 100 new state employees. That's the only concern I have, is how you do that. And I don't know how to do that. So I would be working with a lot of other people.
Okay, so you're saying it's more of a challenge than it is, you're not supportive of it.
Right.
Okay, great. Well, that's a helpful clarification. And secondly, this might be moving in a direction that's not where you're talking about at this point, but we've seemed to have this a little bit of a limbo situation with the 3-year-olds, that when you look at school structures now, there's considerable discussion capacity for pre-K, 5-year-olds, kindergarten, national funding, state funding, and everything like that. And so there's some concern about bringing 3-year-olds into that situation, given the fact that the school infrastructure is just not kind of focused in that direction at this point. Would it be problematic for us to move Part C and designate the 0 to 3 as opposed to 0 to 2?
Roberta's going to answer. She's
I
our
was just
federal
gonna
monitoring.
I'm just going to give clarification on IDEA. IDEA defines a Part B and 619 3 to 5-year-olds. And so that's why 3 has to stay with Part B, 619, because that's IDEA.
Okay, so we don't have discretion to say we want to make it 0 to 3. So it's 0 to 2, and then the 3, 4, and 5s have to stay together because of federal IDEA?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's
You're welcome.
helpful as we move forward the discussion. We'll now go to Representative Dodge, who had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That takes care of part of my question about poor little 3-year-olds who are in the midst of something. My other question has to do with, can someone please clarify for me the number of people who are currently performing the oversight of Part C or supervision? And is there a possibility that that person or that group of people could transition into DOE to continue to perform that service? Did I hear that correctly, please?
So Jamie is our Part C coordinator. And Jamie, we have early intervention program managers, which are the Part C folks at the sites, and there's 9 sites. So those would be the leadership team of Part C that currently Jamie works to oversee the 9 early intervention program managers who are each at the site. Right, Jamie? Is that correct?
Correct. So there is an early intervention program manager assigned to each CDS site. There are 9 sites, but one program manager covers 2 sites. So there are 8. There are currently 8 program managers statewide who supervise the Part C staff and contracted providers to ensure compliance and fidelity with our program.
So a follow-up or 2, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So there is a possibility that those people are going to go away and you are going to replace them with other people in order to provide better supervision and consistency of training, professional development, and alignment with what you're expecting. Is that correct? Yes or no, please?
No.
Thank you. The other question, I believe, is for Representative Millette. Is that appropriate at this time?
Yes, that's okay.
Thank you. Representative Millette, are we creating a possible situation of salaries not being able to be maintained at a competitive level if administrations and legislatures change and people wish to defund? Is the process we're currently pursuing making that more likely, please? Thank you.
Oh, I'm not off mute. I don't know if it's more likely, Representative Dodge. It's certainly where we came from. And so I would say that where we're looking to go doesn't likely solve it, particularly for Part C. As we haven't necessarily worked out possible funding mechanisms for Part B, I'm not clear on that, but I think the issue will remain for Part C for sure, unfortunately.
Okay, are there other questions from members of the committee for department staff? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get back to the 3-year-olds issue. Currently, CDS handles services for Part D and Part C. They are essentially together under one agency. It's more a matter of how they are funded by the state and federal grants or federal funding. Would that be correct?
Do you mean like the fiscal separation would be more challenging?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. So I guess I'll just get to the punchline. I won't try to take baby steps there. I'll just take the leap. And I could easily fall on my face, and the committee has seen that plenty of times, so whatever. In my mind, I don't see any reason why Part 3 could not remain within the department and staffing, because there are currently roughly 60 staffers who work between Part B and Part C. A number of them could be held to help serve the 3-year-olds and therefore not be required to be transferred to our SAUs.
Well, if you are, the way that the legislation is written, Part C is clearly coming to the Department of Education. Part B is more planned to, the plan is to transition to the SAU, to develop a plan to transition to the SAU. So it's more that the 3-year-olds aren't included in Part C in the lens of IDEA. And so it would be kind of a third option of creating an entity that would support 3-year-olds that's neither Part C and is in Part B, is what I'm thinking, because the Part C folks, although they probably could provide services, not that they couldn't provide the services to the children, but there's the change in the 3-year-old age is from an IFSP, which is majority natural environment, home, family programming, to an IEP at the age of 3. That part is kind of not negotiable under federal law. So it would be then navigating that 3-year-old for
Yeah.
a completely different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, which we currently do now. Right, I mean, you talked earlier about how there is this transition between and there's work that's done ahead of time to help make that transition. So
Yep.
ostensibly, that wouldn't change. In fact, it's actually about less change for the 3-year-olds than it would be if we were to move them completely over to SAUs.
It would create a condition where we would have to do a transition of services from 3 to 4. So we would have the transition from 2 to 3, and then we would have to, which takes about 6 months, and then we would create another transition between 3 and 4.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for members of the committee? Ms. Fraser, thank you for being here. And I hope that you'll stay with us until we're done. But I also want to just ask and make sure the rest of the drafting and what you've read, I'm sure there's some things that you might have some concerns about, but generally speaking, are you supportive of what has been drafted up to this point?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, so the kind of the two lingering issues is just the challenge of having additional staff coming with DOE, and your note that is a challenge, not necessarily something you can't do. And then I think we're going to have to continue to have this discussion about the 3-year-olds in terms of where they will continue to sit. So again, thank you very much, and we will call you back if necessary. Thank you. And Ms. Michaud and Ms. Lucas and Ms. Holmes, thank you for being here, and we'll continue to look forward to working with you. At this point, Mr. Baker, I'd like if you could bring in Representative Farnsworth and Nancy Cronin.
Yes, Representative.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Cronin. It's good to see you again. It's getting to be a regular occurrence.
Sure is.
And
I do have some comments.
I was hopeful that that would be the case, okay. And I'm hoping they're all positive and helpful.
I hope they're helpful. And the positive, you'll have to make your own decision. Right. Hillary did an outstanding job.
Right. Before you get started, I just want to make sure that Representative Farnsworth is with us as well. Representative Farnsworth, good to see you. And thank you for taking the time to be with us. You're muted. You're on mute.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm glad to be here, and this is a longtime passion of mine, and so I'm happy to have a chance to make some sort of positive contribution, I hope.
Yeah. So if we can start, Ms. Cronin, if you could provide us with any comments that you have on the draft, and then we'll go to Representative Farnsworth, and then we'll take questions from members of the committee.
Great. As far as the draft goes, I thought it's going to get you where you want to go. I think we need to make sure that there's an external stakeholder group to ensure that those, when we're creating these implementation plans, those who are for and not for this movement have options to speak and get their opinions. I really believe that having an external stakeholder group will provide you with a much better product in the end. I have a couple comments about what you can do with 3-year-olds. I agree with Roberta that that 619 IDEA 619 does specify 3 to 5-year-olds. However, I don't agree that you can't keep 3-year-olds into Part C. IDEA has an option, and I just sent the link actually to Roberta as well as and I can send it to you folks too for the statutory option. But IDEA does have a choice that states can choose to keep 3 through 6-year-olds, frankly, into Part C. I would not be in support of 4, 5, and 6-year-olds in Part C. However, you could choose to keep 3-year-olds in Part C. So that is an option of you, and that is in IDEA law. There is I want to make a comment about service providers, internal versus external. I've now watched 3 administrations, and who controls the employees for Part C and Part B 619 historically has been based on political will. And that is a degree of concern. What PCG wrote in their phase 1 is that the reason they believed it should go into the department and it should be contracted is because there is a conflict of interest when your state agency is the overseer as well as the service provider. How can you really tell whether or not you're doing the federal law if you're the one doing it? There's a degree of being in the mud. Why the superintendent and the principal is in the mud of the school versus the school board is above, so that you can really see your oversight. There's a purpose for that. And this is the same thing. So I really am concerned that we have a conflict of interest with the department, both being the employees and the service providers, as well as the overseers. I think you need to separate it. And that's what PCG was saying. And that's why so many other states have done it that way. I do understand their point. This state has put a lot of investment in a model of service. But the issue with putting everything into a model of service without that oversight is, if that model doesn't work, how are you going to know? Nobody is, you're so invested into it. I'd rather see that oversight, implement and direct a model of service, and then have the 3 steps back to be able to say, is this working for our children or not? So I really encourage you folks looking at that, whether or not people are internally employed versus contractors. I don't really care as much as the conflict of interest is there. The issue is do we have enough of the 3 steps of separation to be able to know whether or not we're getting what we need according to the federal law and according to our budget. So those I completely agree with moving the 619 coordinator into the department. And the reason I agree with that is that conflict of is that 3 steps. You want your department to be able to look and oversee and know that everything is going well. So those are the 3 topics that I have. I think that the structures that you have, that Hillary has done, is outstanding. She's really almost Herculean. And if you move those 4, you're going to be able to we're going to have those conversations during public hearings, so that you can kind of tease this stuff apart. I don't think you need to make all those decisions now, but I do think you should know that you do have options with 3-year-olds. That is not illegal. There is an option to keep them in Part C if you choose. And I think you do need to keep in mind that conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, and it looks like we'll continue to have a little bit of discussion about the 3-year-old. So thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cronin? All right, seeing none. Representative Farnsworth, good to see you. And you're still on mute.
Yep. Well, we'll just take care of that.
Would you like to comment on the draft or add to comments that have already been made up to this point?
Well, there are two or three things. I too appreciated the review from Ms. Rissler, because there were some areas that were confusing when I originally went through it, but her clarification, I think, helped me understand a little bit better. I'm also very interested in Ms. Cronin's comments about the conflict of interest. That does represent a very interesting thing in terms of a question in terms of then how do you take and even if you contract it out, how do you do that to make sure that you have the kind of oversight that you need? I think that's going to be a real critical issue. It also raised the issue of what is the role of the Interdepartmental Coordinating Council that is supposed to provide that kind of internal oversight to avoid some of the conflict of interest. Certainly there is enough expertise in some of the other departments that need to have a role in this process that it could be provide a certain degree of critique in terms of the way in which things are being carried out. So I would just raise the question about, is there a mechanism other than contracting the whole thing out that would provide for the kind of expertise? Now, the other question that goes along with that is if you have services contracted out, then you also have the problem that we've had in the past, and that is maintaining the appropriate financial support to make sure that they are fed the resources that they need in order to do the job. And that's going to be, I think, a very critical issue. It raised the question through the whole thing is, do we need to, in the legislation, do we need to specify the financial support that will be required in order to maintain this system? Because that has been the major downfall in the past, is that slowly and slowly it was being starved to death. And we needed to add a lot of additional resources, certainly well before when we finally did. And so, that's going to be another major issue. The other question I had, and this may be for Ms. Rissler, would be the question of if we are going to do this, is there legislative action that needs to be taken in order to eliminate the currently existing independent educational unit, IEU? And that's just a question that I had as I was going through the process. Are there steps that need to be made, or is that something that the department can just do by saying, well, we're not going to do it anymore, and just change it by regulation as opposed to legislation? So those are kind of the things that I was going through. The other thing that I would agree with Ms. Cronin on was the 3-year-old question. And the fact is, yes, she is right. It was always left as an option to families in terms of their ability to continue using an IFSP for that additional year. And so I don't think there's anything that could restrain it. I think the question is more of an operational issue as opposed to a legal issue. So those are kind of my takes on the picture.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Representative Farnsworth. And are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Salisbury, you had initially directed some questions at Ms. Cronin. Would you like to follow up at this point?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Rissler, do you have a question?
So I just want to touch on quickly what Representative Farnsworth had mentioned. In terms of the way I currently drafted this, the intermediate unit stays in place but the statute pulls out the birth to under threes from the intermediate unit and puts that in the department. But the way it's currently drafted, the intermediate unit stays for the 3 to 5 year olds. The other thing that plays into this, which is not currently in my draft, but I want to, a lot of the conversation has brought this to my mind, has to do with the effective date of the statutory changes that are being proposed. And that certainly you would want the department to immediately start working on the plan, but you could make the effective date of these statutory changes not until the end of the transition period where everything's in place. So for example, the statutory effective date could be July 1st of 2025. And should there be additional changes based on, for example, additional changes for the 4 and 5 year olds, that I think if ultimately the committee goes in that direction, there are going to be a lot more changes than just the ones that you see on the draft in front of you. So I just wanted to raise that as something for the committee to think about as well, in terms of when do these statutory changes actually go into effect.
Thank you. Representative Farnsworth, I guess, had a follow-up comment.
Oh, yes. The question I would have is, if we pull the 619 coordinator into the department, does that eliminate the need for the functions that are related to that particular service? Does that eliminate the need for an IEU? Because I think the operation of an IEU as a sort of a quasi-independent part of the operation of the service structure has been a real weakness, because we have not been able to provide the oversight that has needed to be.
Representative, was that a question for Ms. Risler?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's a little more technical than I think I'm able to answer. I think that would be something I would need to sort of work on with the department to figure out from a statutory perspective how that would need to be reflected.
Okay.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So two thoughts. One, if Part B, does Part B still rest under the IEU currently? Right. So you probably want to keep the IEU in place until the transition has been, if there's a transition, until it's been completed. That's my thinking, and I think that's what's behind the drafting. In terms of effective date, Ms. Risler, instead of having to pick a hard date, is it possible to draft language that would require achievement of benchmarks in order to trigger the next step into an eventual place where then it's in effect?
I think in terms of effective date, you do need a hard date. Is what gets reflected in the main revised statutes, that upon this date, this is when this happens. Now, if you put it out 3 years, theoretically, the legislature could repeal it before it goes into effect.
Right. So you could push the date far out enough with required benchmarks, and reach those benchmarks ahead of time, and then and have the department report back saying we've met all these benchmarks, we're ready to go, and the date can be moved up.
Yeah, and I mean there are. Let me correct that. So you can do a contingent effective date. There are ways to make the law effective upon certain contingencies. I would need to do more research in how definitive those would be. I still think you would need some sort of hard date, but let me backtrack a little and say that I do know there is an option for a contingent effective date, and I could do some research into what that might look like.
Much better answer. Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for being very late to the discussion. But I have a question that I think in regard to the contracting out pieces, and Ms. Cronin had mentioned, are we talking about the DOE contracting out, or are we talking about a local school administrative unit contracting out? And I don't know who might be able to answer that, and the question might be way off base.
No. I'm happy to answer if you want.
Yep. Go ahead, Ms. Cronin.
What you have in right now for Part C, if you move Part C to the department, it would be whether or not the department holds the employees or contracts out, because the department essentially will be the school system for these youngins, for these small children. And so that's the decision. From what I see in 619 and schools can choose to contract if they want to in general now anyways. Nothing's different there. So I believe that conversation was specifically around Part C. The department said that they wanted to have everybody as internal state staff. And the question is whether or not that's wise or not. What's the positives and negatives? And I think there's probably positives and negatives on it. But
Very
the
good.
conflict of interest.
That helps me a lot. Thank you very much.
Okay. And Ms. Cronin, just a quick question or observation. Part of the conflict of interest is also related to child find. Is that because you simultaneously have the obligation to find children and also to be, quote, fiscally work within your fiscal restraints? And that sets up a dynamic where that conflict of interest can get to be difficult.
Absolutely, and it will also become difficult with due process with LRE. So every single time there's an issue and there's a lawsuit, we're always suing the department, as opposed to suing right now how we have it is we have the department and then we have schools for Part B. If the department is doing all the services, then basically there's no mediation anymore. You've got nothing overhead. So that's a problem.
Okay. So if there are no questions for Ms. Cronin and Representative Farnsworth, and I hope that you'll stay with us because we may need you before we get to the end. But I'll now go back to Ms. Risler and see if we can start to think about what a public hearing would look like in terms of how this may be presented. And I know we've talked about having a combination of resolves as well as, quote, LDs. And you had mentioned, that we could use both vehicles. And at this point, given how you have this drafted, would you have any thoughts about what we would put in resolves versus what we would put into LDs?
So first of all, resolve would still be an LD.
I understand that.
But if your question is
maybe resolves versus what we put in permanent statute.
To an act. So resolves versus an act. So an act would have to require any of the statutory changes. And the only thing that's currently drafted as statutory changes is those Part C to DOE provisions. And okay. I did just quickly check that you could do a contingent effective date for those statutory changes. For example, by saying something like that it does not go into effect until the Commissioner of Education notifies the Secretary of State, Secretary of Senate, the Clerk of the House, and the Reviser of Statutes that this contingent thing has happened. So that could be one option for that. And we could also explore this more through the public hearing, and the work session is not necessary at this exact moment. So in terms of how you want to divide this, that's really a committee decision. It's really not something that I can give my opinion on. I think
Well,
you could do it all in one vehicle. You could break it up. I think typically you'd probably want to keep, for example, any of the Part C provisions together in one vehicle would probably make sense, but that's, yeah.
well, but the things that would be permanent, that in my mind that would look at as an act or statutory, is obviously moving Part C into DOE. And that would be ongoing and not just a one-time
Yes,
occurrence. That's something that we would want in statute over time.
correct.
The questions about having the department develop a centralized billing system and continuing with child find activities, those could be one-time directives. Is that also correct?
Yes, yeah. So the centralized billing could be as currently drafted would be a one-time directive. The report back on child find is currently drafted as a one-time, and even the establishing the process, although it's a little bit longer, would still be a one-time direction for the department to
Okay.
to report back to the committee.
So that leaves us right now with one act, one resolve. But the remaining big issues are the transitional issues. And that would be outlining and giving definition to the process of how we would make a transition from a regional system to an SAU-based CDS system. And then all these questions that Representative Millett has raised, as well as others, about staffing, space, and cost, would have to be addressed and defined before that transition would occur. Is that correct?
You mean for the Part C?
Part B, yes. Yes.
You mean for Part C or Part B?
Part B.
So for Part B, yeah. So I have not drafted at this point anything in statute for any transition for Part B.
No,
The
but
only
would,
thing-
but would Part B then be a resolve outlining that process and all the questions that we think need to be answered in order to make that again, make that transition?
Yes, so that was the fourth component of what I drafted, was directing the department to come back to the Education Committee with its plan for making that transition.
Okay. Okay. So if I were to, I know we've done buckets before talking to Ms. Cronin and others, but at least for part of this discussion right now, we have the one issue of moving Part C, that's the 0 to 2, potentially 0 to 3, to DOE. And that would require statutory language. The second issue we have is the centralized billing and child find, and having the department to continue to develop those issues and report back to us on how they are progressing. And then lastly, we have, which is the biggest piece of all, what process and how is the process set up, and how much definition do we give to making a transition from a regional system to a SAU-based CDS system. And that could be either an act or a resolve. Is that correct?
You mean for the Part B?
Yes. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to reference Part B. Yes.
So yes, so I mean, it could be an act if you wanted to include some statutory direction. It is currently, however, I would note that you can always include unallocated language in an act that otherwise has statutory language. We see that a lot, where there's a change in statute and there's a separate section telling the department to go do something.
Yep.
So they don't have to be separate, but if you want them to be separate, then yes, you could do that.
So it would be a possibility in an act to make the transition, to talk about Part C moving to DOE, and then an unallocated language. We could talk about the what the DOE would do in order to facilitate Part B?
Yes, you could.
Okay. Okay. So, so it sounds as if for the public hearing that we would schedule, we would at minimum have 2, but possibly 3 different vehicles that we'd be looking at.
That's my understanding from what you are saying.
Okay. Just want to check and make sure. All right. So are there questions from members of the committee before we would ask Ms. Risler to go do some additional drafting and prepare us for a public hearing on 2, if not 3 different vehicles? And I had Representative Dodge's hand first and then Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a date concern around March 22nd of 2022. I lost it in my shuffling of papers here, but does that's the short session, and that only allows us, is it what, 5 weeks, 4 weeks or less? Do we want to maybe make a consideration about that date, please? Thank you.
I noted that as well, and I think we should probably push that back to a minimum the beginning of March. Okay, Representative Millette.
Thank you. I actually don't see March 22. I see March 1. So I'm not, what page is the March 22 on? So I see the Part B is having a report
sorry.
back on no later than March 1.
It was March 1, 2022. And I made a note that I thought we should push that back. I know Representative Dodge has said that, but that only leaves
I
us
just
a
can't
month
find it.
off.
Ms. Risler, can you help me? What is it that the March 2022?
No, it was March 1 of 2022.
22.
Okay, great.
So the question
Thank
is, do you want to keep the March 1st date or do you want to move it back into February?
Right.
I mean, March 1 is cutting it pretty close.
So I agree, Mr. Chair, and I think that with the document that PCG put together, there's a lot of good information for the department to work with.
Yep.
So I have just some things that I would like to suggest for the committee to consider, have Ms. Risler incorporate into the drafts that she's presented to us.
Yep.
I'm going to start actually at the back on page 17, which is the Part B language. She's titled, Ms. Risler is titled at Part D.
Sorry, that was confusing. I realized that
It's
after.
okay. It's all right. Part D, F, Z, Q, whatever. So I am leaning towards starting the shift of CDS Part B services to schools for grades for ages 4 to 5. I think that fits naturally with public pre-K and K. I'm not feeling a lot of comfort that our school systems are going to have the necessary expertise and training for 3-year-olds at the moment. It's just a really huge leap. If we hear otherwise in public hearing testimony, then I possibly could feel more comfortable. But for the purposes of the public hearing, I'm wondering if folks would be willing to change the Part B to be for 4-year-olds up to 6-year-olds. In subsection A of Part B, instead of address, I would like to say include. Again, we invested a lot of the state's resources into the work over the past number of months through PCG. I think they presented the legislature with a very strong framework. And so I would actually like it to be included. It can be built off of, it can be expanded. And then obviously with that change of 4 to 5 year olds for Part B, then that ripples Ms. Risler through all the other documents. I don't want to waste everybody's times by highlighting that. And I think the stakeholder group needs to be included in that Part D. That's the Part B services.
And for that stakeholder group, would you want to just mirror the same language of the group that was established for the
Yeah, for now.
independent review?
Yeah. I suspect that there's going to be ways to strengthen it, but I think we don't have the time to finesse that at the moment. Part C, I'm not clear what to do around the issue of contracted services versus internal employees. I guess Mr. Chair, I guess we could leave it as is and then have people testify with their concerns, and then in the work session, we could try to address it.
Yep. Yes, we do have that flexibility at this point.
Yeah. And we did, as a committee, receive an email from the Parent Federation raising a very important point of information around child find and how DHHS has very strong relationships with the primary care physicians or pediatricians. We'll get the word. So I think I would like to try to work into the resolve language on child find, that the department examine ways to access and leverage the DHHS referral system. Ultimately, in the end, it's not something I'm going to spend a lot of energy in our time talking about, but this did come up during the PCG report, which was the idea that we would be better served as a state by an early childhood and education subdepartment or agency, bringing in aspects from DHHS and DOE together so there's not this siloing. I don't think we definitely don't have the bandwidth to deal with that, but I think that this issue kind of tugs at that thread a little bit, and we're going to see that come up over and over again. But for now, we at least need to include that language into the resolve to make sure that we're encouraging that collaboration between the departments on child find. I think that's it on my end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other comments, questions at this point? And if not, I'm going to make a suggestion. Ms. Risler, how quickly do you think you can redraft something based on the comments that we've had today?
Okay, so quick question.
Yep.
Did the committee want to move back that March 1 date or leave it as
Yeah.
March 1?
No, we did want to move it back. I think February 15th would work.
And I'll make that change throughout.
Okay.
Yeah, so the drafting for the resolve portions that I can do very quickly.
Okay.
For the Part C services, moving that from CDS to DOE, to include the 3-year-olds as staying in DOE,
Yep.
yes.
Yes.
That will take some time.
Okay.
And the reason that will take some time is because the way the statute works right now is 3-year-olds are covered under the FAPE. And so I'm going to have to figure out a way to include 3-year-olds without taking them out of the FAPE provisions. Okay. And
All
I'm
right.
just
So,
not exactly sure how to do that yet.
all right. Well, thank you. So let me ask you this. When were you thinking that we would schedule this for public hearing?
When we had talked last regarding scheduling, we were thinking Tuesday afternoon of the 18th.
Okay. And then work session would be on the 19th?
I think you have session.
I'm sorry, the 18th. The 19th we're in session. So it would be on the 20th.
20th or 21st.
Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. So do we need to make a decision today on scheduling that public hearing on the 18th?
Scheduling is up to the chairs, so we will do what you tell us.
Well, what I'm trying to do is to figure out if we can have some drafting done that we'd have a chance as a committee to review before the public hearing on the 18th. I mean, obviously we would, because we would have to have something published if we're going to have a public hearing on the 18th for people to comment on.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the issue is, yeah, sure, maybe I could get you, the committee, something by Friday, but that means it's not going to be published to the public until Friday or Monday.
Okay. Okay. So let me work backwards the other way, just to make sure we don't have any objections. So the time frame now is that we're looking at the 20th to do work sessions on the bills and resolves that we have a public hearing on the 18th. We would ask Ms. Risler to draft resolves and acts based on our discussion today, and have those to us as quickly as possible and to the public as quickly as possible. And I'll just say from my perspective right now, but I'd love to hear from people on the committee as well as Ms. Risler. I'm kind of looking at one resolve, which would have to do with child find and the centralized billing, an act that would move the 0 to 2/3 to DOE. And I do think we should have a separate act that outlines, given the gravity of what we're trying to do and the importance of this, rather than leaving it to a resolve, that we also have a second act that would outline the transition from the SAU, from a regional system to the SAUs. And that would include all the issues that Representative Millett has raised, as well as others on the committee about cost, space, staffing, and time, an advisory committee, and benchmarks and timeframes. So if we were to do that, we'd have one resolve, 2 acts, and we'd have a public hearing on the 18th on all of that. So before I get to Representative Millett, Ms. Risler, does that?
So I need some clarification, because
Okay.
you said that your indication was that you wanted an act for the Part B transition plan.
Right.
And that means that would need to be statutory language. Did you mean that? So you wanted basically what I've currently drafted as resolve to be in statute, or was there something else that you wanted in statute?
Well, the one thing clearly that needs to be in statute is the change of the Part C to DOE.
Yes, sorry, maybe I misunderstood, but my understanding that was going to be one act was all the Part
Right.
C transition,
Then,
and that you
right.
wanted a separate act for Part B.
Correct.
So what do you want in statute for the Part B act?
Well, it was not so much, I mean, I could go back and forth. This is also the part that you said you could put an unallocated language in the first act. I just thought, given the gravity of what we're trying to do, we should have that in a second act. But I don't think there's any statutory language.
So I just want to be very clear. So resolves have the same force of law as acts. It's just that they're one-time authorization. So making
you
a,
convinced me maybe we should go with 2 resolves and 1 act.
unless there's a statutory change, it should
Yeah.
be in a resolve.
Okay, so the second resolve would be the part B.
Got it.
Okay. Okay. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for that Part B resolve, Ms. Risler, it would be good to include suggested required statutory changes in order to implement, as well as a contingency effective date as related to benchmarks and milestones.
Okay, so there is currently in the report provision a sentence that says that they shall report back no later than what will now be February 15th of 2022 on the process, timeline, and implementation plan established pursuant to Section 1 and any suggested legislation to implement the transition of services from CDS to school administrative units.
Okay, I just didn't see it in the A through E. Did I miss it?
Nope, it wasn't included in A3 simply because it would be part of the report back, but I could add.
Oh, I see. I see.
That says they shall
see.
develop legislation. It's either way.
I see. Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. I apologize. I was focusing on the A through E. So then I guess that just leaves the contingency date with the benchmarks and milestones.
So I guess my question with that is, so when we talk about contingency dates, it sort of means when does this portion of this law go into effect? And if the idea here was just to have the Department of Education develop this full process, I'm not sure there's anything. I'm not sure what you mean by which part you'd want to be contingent.
We need to have an idea of when they think it's going to be ready to implement it based on what milestones. Like we need to see what that time frame.
Okay. I'm guessing that you want, and this is something I was going to bring up a little bit later, but I'm guessing that you want this to go into effect either with an emergency or just 90 days after adjournment for the department to start this process. Is there any part of what's included currently that you want to be delayed?
I would think both resolves we would want emergency.
I guess I think there's confusion, and perhaps it's on my end, in terms of the resolve directing the Department of Education to establish the process. There's nothing there currently that will do anything other than the department establishing what these benchmarks would look like. So I guess I'm not sure what you want to have a contingent effective date.
So I guess what I'm struggling with, Ms. Risler, is there is no timeline. We don't know, unless that's in the report. Yep, there it is, timeline. Can you just add a proposed contingency date into the report?
Sure. Yep, I'll include that any suggested legislation, including but not limited to the timeline and any contingency date.
Because it reads right now on process, timeline, and implement. So I would just say process, timeline, contingency date, and implementation plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Ms. Risler, did that answer your question about emergencies?
Yes, so you're thinking emergencies on the two resolves?
Well, I think we want to get started as quickly as possible on this transition and or at least the plan, the timeline. And I also think we want to start immediately on the billing and child find initiatives.
Yep. And again, this is just for the public hearing, so nothing is
Right.
final.
Right.
And you do want me to revise the Part C moving to DOE to include 3-year-olds, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So
And you want me to include a contingency date for the effective statutory changes as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'll just draft something, and should there need to be more discussion through the public hearing and through the work session, as again, that can be changed.
Right. So we're right at noontime. So I would ask members of the committee at this point, I know it's been a sprawling discussion, and that we've had a lot of people before us saying a lot of things. Fortunately, most of the things that people are saying have been in agreement as opposed to moving in different directions. So at this point, does anybody on the committee have objections to us or directing Ms. Risler to draft 2 resolves and 1 act based on the discussion we have, schedule a public hearing on all 3 of those items for the 18th, and scheduling a work session on the 20th? I see Senator Daughtry and Senator Whitson.
I just wanted to say that looked good to me, and I just wanted to thank everyone. I'm sorry that I've been in and out of the conversation this morning, but I also wanted to give a special thank you to Ms. Risler for all of her work on drafting a pretty convoluted and complicated subject.
Thank you. Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we in session on the 19th?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And from my experience in the past 6-7 years, that probably going to be there pretty late.
I hope that's not the case, but it could be. I mean, last time we were in, we were through by 7:30.
Yeah. All right. I'm just concerned about trying to have a work session on the 20th if we're there till.
I agree, Senator, but the leadership has given us a deadline of the 20th
Okay.
for us to get our committee work done. So that's why otherwise I would agree with you, try to push it the following week, but.
No problem. Thank you.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Senator Woodson. I'm wondering if we could get leave at least for 1 day so we could work it Friday. In case there are people who have to travel back on Thursday. I'm thinking of one committee member in particular.
Well, no,
who's not on.
Okay. Well, the 19th.
I'm happy to make that plea. I would just say, CDS is a pretty important topic. It deserves our full energetic attention. And I think, trying to cram it in, especially CDS, the day after our session, I would hope they would say you could have until Friday for this bill, for this issue.
Well, we're in session on the 19th, which is Thursday. And we were talking about Friday, the 20th. But if we want to push it to the following week, we can ask Ms. Risler.
So if I may make a correction.
Chair,
right.
The 19th is right. Wednesday. The 19th is Wednesday. So it would be the 21st on Friday.
Right.
So
Oh,
You were
that's fine.
currently
Yeah, that's
saying that the
right.
work session would be on Thursday, the 20th, and I think the
No, I was-
request that I have is if it could be on Friday, the 21st.
I meant, I'm sorry, I meant Friday the 21st. I'm sorry, that was just, I meant Friday the 21st. I was somehow thinking that Thursday was the 19th.
Well, could we, if I may, could we request, can we find out if we can have it the 21st?
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, I think we can, I think we can do that. That Friday should be okay.
I believe at this time we have to request to meet anytime after the 21st. So I think we can do it the 21st. If we need to meet the following week, that's when we need to start requesting permission.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. If we went into next week, it'd be more problematic. So I have Senator Daughtry again and Representative Salisbury.
I was just gonna say that I've checked in on this. We should be fine on the 21st, but you know, I've made it clear on our end that this is a pretty important issue, and if we need some extra time to work on this, that I'm willing to go to the bat for that.
Representative Salisbury.
I'm probably late to even ask this question, but just can you clarify what the email was that we got about a deadline extension request until the 28th? How that fits into all this?
So sure. So just very briefly, the presiding officers set deadlines at the beginning of session, which included that the committee had to have 100% of our bills voted by May 7th, which clearly was not going to happen for this committee nor any other committee. And so last Friday, we did make a request of the presiding officers to continue our work to try to have all of our work done by the 21st. And we did hear from the presiding officers that any additional time that last week in May, we would just need to request additional permission from the presiding officers, and they would make the determination of whether we could meet.
Okay, beyond the 28th.
So beyond the 21st, we would need additional permission.
Right.
In a typical session, that usually means that last sort of week of May, you're requesting permission maybe for language reviews, maybe for last minute votes, but you just have to request permission first, which is done by the chairs through myself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I have one just sort of final question point for the committee on this. So I've gotten the direction that this should be 2 resolves and 1 act. I cannot make the decision as to which of the placeholder bills currently in this committee's possession that these provisions get put on. I cannot propose those amendments. I know Representative Brennan, I think you have 1 or 2, Representative Millette, I think you have 1 or 2 concept drafts currently. And so I don't need this right now, but if I could get some direction from you as to which portions will go with which bill for the purpose of advertising the public hearing, I would appreciate that because I would not be able to make that decision myself.
Okay. That's among the easier decisions that we have to make. Okay. All right. Again, Ms. Whistler, thank you very much for all your work. You've taken some things that have a lot of different variables and components, and I think we've got a direction to move in. So thank you very much, Representative Millette.
Thank you. I don't want to keep us from lunch much longer. I'm just wondering if we can figure out that bill thing because I think it's going to be pretty easy. I have a bill. I think you do, Representative Brennan, and there's a rumor, Representative Stearns, that you have one perhaps?
I believe that's strictly rumor.
Oh, come on.
A bill regarding CDS?
No.
No, just like a placeholder bill, that a concept draft that could be utilized.
I have one regard to a 916 comprehensive school. But I've heard from the local superintendents in the area, and it looks very much like that. We're going to need that next session, next
Okay.
year.
Well, Hillary, why don't, I'm not sure, how we got 4, 5 or 6, right? So at least now we know we have 2. So we just have to find one more.
Okay.
Senator Daughtry?
I do have a concept draft that's parked an idea that we're trying to get re-referred to education, but I didn't know if we'd need it. So I don't know if that's something we want to do, the reference and referral to try to get it back if needed, but that could be a potential another vehicle.
Good. Well, thank you. Okay, so we're going to call this session, close this session, and the committee will be back at 1 o'clock for public hearings. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, Paul.
How are you, sir?
No complaints. No
I don't know if I'm a photo husband. I try to go from one committee to another, and I don't think I serve any of them very well. But
it's be glad when Zoom is
yes. Yeah.
Maybe it will never be over, but will be certainly less.
Well, I think it's very handy for some of these, not particularly work sessions, you know, but some of these perfunctory meetings that are just kind of sit and get. I think it's a great tool, but
yeah, I agree. I think there's definitely it has its place.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll be, smart enough to implement it in a advantageous way.
I remember a couple of years ago, I was talking to a superintendent colleague, and they were having a meeting on these regional comprehensive schools. And it was at the department, and there was quite a group that came down from Aroostook County, spent the night, really incurred some time and costs, and the darn meeting lasted less than a half an hour. Oof. Yeah. I mean, those type things, it's like, wait a minute here, let's Zoom it. And I think moving forward, now that people have gotten the kinks out a little bit, and I think something like that would take place with the.
Well, it's certainly for folks like yourself that have a great distance.
Well, mine's not much worse than Southern Maine.
Not
about
too
an hour
bad.
and a half, an hour 20.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's doable. I drive it usually I drive it every day.
When you give the description of your district and you say those uncharted territories,
Wow.
I've got you way up there.
Yeah, all of our towns are in the southern edge of Scannick County, and then when you get above Greenville, it's a lot of letters and numbers. It's like algebra up there.
Oh, I know. It's beautiful country, though.
Oh, and there are folks that live up there and just love it, and I don't blame them. Yeah.
Representative Stearns, I heard you talking about Aroostook County. I just couldn't say anything back.
No, we were talking about way up north in Piscataquis.
Well, earlier you said
Senator
that
Rafferty or
coming down
Mike?
from the county.
Just a quick question. Wondering if there's any possibility Representative Fecto can be up first since he's got to be in another committee.
I had not received that request. What's his
He said-
LD number?
He said he sent an email, but I was just following up.
Well, honestly, he could send me, it's hard. I'm not one to be back and forth during the meetings, but in any case, what's his LD number?
Looks like it's 215.
215.
Yeah, looks like it's 215.
Representative Crockett, you're slated to go number one. Do you mind giving that spot up?
No, and mine is going to be very brief, so I'll defer to whatever folks think is necessary.
Yeah, if he could come in and go out, that would be wonderful. So Representative Crockett, if you don't mind, that would be appreciated.
Okay with me.
And I gotta get my iPad up and running here. Hold on.
I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you.
In fact, Mr. Chair, if you want to keep those two similar bills together, obviously that's fine by me as well.
Thank you. I just got to try to get my, oh dear. Actually, I think I have Senator Lucchini in a similar position. Why do we have it this way? All right. The way I have it scheduled is 187, then 215. And I think I had that request from Senator Lucchini and didn't remember that. So that said, so then I go 187, 215, 406, 68, 549, 701, and 1664. So I'll get them in and out as soon as I can and go from there. So can you communicate with him, Representative Sampson? So he's going to be up number 2. Thank you.
He can also hear you, Senator, because he's sitting in the attendees room. So.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. So I have.
Oh, yep. And he just, Senator, he just messaged to the chat box that he heard you. So.
Well, between the chat box and who's speaking next, I'm not going to see the chat box, but that's all right. Thank you. So we have enough folks to get rolling. We're good to go. And so let's kick off our hearing. So folks, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am chair of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. We are meeting this afternoon to hold some public hearings relative to 7 LDs, which we'll get to momentarily. Please keep in mind that the meeting is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. Means that anyone who is as a participant can be seen and heard if your microphone is in an unmuted position. People on the Zoom meeting that are waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they're actually called in upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. And in terms of that transition, it does take some time periodically, but don't get nervous. I'm sure our outstanding clerk, Sam Baker, will get you here. In any case, at this time, what I'd like to do is ask my committee members to take a brief moment to introduce themselves, and I will begin with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, sir. Senator Woodsum.
Dave Woodsum, Senate District 33, York County.
And Representative Crockett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thelma.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We have Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and Powder Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield and I represent the good people of House District 148. I, like probably several other members of this committee this afternoon, may have to dart out. And I would like to dispel any thoughts that anybody would ever have that the legislature is on recess. Thank you.
If it's a recess, it's certainly a long one. In any case, thank you. Representative Millette, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. And Representative Roach.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Tim Roach from District 7 Wells. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Heidi Sampson from House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And I've mentioned our very able committee clerk, Mr. Baker. He'll be managing everything in terms of that transition electronics for us. Done an outstanding job and will continue to do so. I just lost who was speaking to each one in order, but I'll have to redo that. In any case, I know that our first LD will be LD number 215. That's not right. Joseph, where are you? I just had, dear, excuse me. I am trying to get my LDs in order. Yes, it is LD 187, and that is an act to require education about African American history and the history of the genocide. And that would be sponsored by Senator Lucchini, and he will be the first to speak. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for putting me first. We've got a full slate of work sessions over in VLA this afternoon, so I appreciate it. But good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name's Louis Lucchini, and I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate. I'm here to present LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. So as the title pretty clearly suggests, this bill would require Maine schools to teach both African American history and the history of genocide. The original concept for this bill was brought to me last session, as some of you may remember, by a teacher and students at Ellsworth High School. The teacher, Heidi Omler, is testifying today, as well as some students. She teaches a class at Ellsworth High School on Holocaust and genocide studies. It's been great to work with students on such a grassroots kind of student-led effort. And they've done a great job with their classes at Ellsworth High School. And I believe today we also have Holocaust survivor Charles Rotmill present today, who has spoken at our school. And just from talking to teachers and students, he's had an enormous impact on our students. So during the 129th legislature, this committee did great work to develop the bill. At the time, it was LD 1050, which eventually passed through both chambers. It was amended by Representative Talbot Ross to include African American studies, which I believe she has a separate bill and can speak far more articulately to that than I can. And we were able to get it through both chambers. It's set on the appropriations table as it often does. And because of our early adjournment due to the pandemic, we were unable to fund the small fiscal note and get it enacted. And so I've brought it back this session. I believe Representative Fecteau has a similar bill. He did a great job kind of leading the support of the bill last session. And as I mentioned, Representative Talbot Ross has a bill as well. So these three are all quite similar. The rationale for this, like I said, came from students. As we've seen in 2020, the FBI issued a report detailing that the US hit its highest level of hate crimes in a decade and set the record for the highest level of fatal attacks. So this underscores the importance of combating racism, bigotry, and hate. It's a truly difficult task that we face, and we must counter it from many angles. But the rationale for this bill is the fundamental belief that education will play a critical role in stemming these things. Children aren't born with hate or bigotry. It's something that's developed over time. And by teaching this early to students, they can learn the dangers of hate and intolerance and the perils of inaction. And that's why we believe education is so important. In response to the rising hate crime, there's been movement across the country and at the federal levels to emphasize the instruction of African-American history and the history of genocide. In 2020, for instance, Congress passed and then President Trump signed the Never Again Education Act, which expands the US Holocaust Memorial Museum. And this law funded the creation of a centralized website, which offers curriculum materials and professional development tools to teachers across the country. And so it's a very well-developed platform. And if they have, if you say you only have 2 days to teach a topic, they give you recommendations. If you have 2 weeks, they give you recommendations. So they really help tailor the best practices for teaching genocide studies through their website. And it's totally free curriculum available to teachers. And additionally, here in Maine, we have the Holocaust and Human Rights Center, which does great work as well in connecting interested teachers with the curriculum materials. So I think these are important topics that, given the national environment and the global environment, are important that we start introducing to students and make sure that our schools in Maine have not just a quick mention of either topic, but that they teach it adequately and sufficiently, and happy to work with the Department of Education and school districts to make it happen. So thank you for considering this legislation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any questions for Senator Lucchini at this time? Seeing none, sir, I want to thank you very much. Oh, Representative Roach.
Sorry, a little late there. I was struggling to find the hand raising tool, but I got it now. Just a couple of questions, and being in the history education myself, how many schools, and I'm not sure you can answer this, but we can find out. I know I can only speak for my current school. I know in the junior high level, we start with in World War II and study the Holocaust there. Then we move up, and when you get to high school, you have like a world studies that we have a whole unit just on genocide in particular. And I think a lot of schools do this. It's a giant unit. It's not like just this little, like you just said, 2 days or 2 weeks. It's a very broad, in which genocide is studied from not just the Germans and right through to Armenian, and even they almost get to the Irish one, which I wanted to get to, but they haven't got there yet. But yeah, when you look at schools as you did this, is there a lot of schools not doing this? So that's what there's a lot of bills right now that ask education to do a lot of things and add classes and do this and do this. I have a fear that we're going to be 6-year high school soon if we pass every bill that people want us to teach. Can you just expound on what's not being done? I like that we're trying to encourage it, but is it not being done? Is that the reason for the bill?
Sure. I think what we've seen is, and I think News Center reported on it recently, there's surveys that show that people, young people don't even know what the Holocaust was and things like that. And that's what's kind of raised concerns to a lot of people. I think there are some schools who are doing amazing work on this topic and others that probably aren't. The teacher from Ellsworth can perhaps speak more on what we do at Ellsworth, but I don't think we have a huge all-encompassing required class. It's more elective based, but she would know better than I do. But I think what we wanted to do is make sure that it's taught and leave the flexibility to school boards to fit it, as you said, wherever it fits into their curriculum, whether it's in the middle school level or at the high school level. Because it can be taught in a lot of ways, whether it's through history or, obviously literature, art, history, there's options out there. And I think the individual districts can determine the best way to give it a more robust curriculum. But what we found is I think anecdotally is that it's kind of spotty across the state. Some do it great, some not so, maybe not as much.
Yes, I have Representative McCray, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Welcome to our committee, Senator. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I guess thank you. It's an easy question. It's a small question. Is this aimed at creating a specific one semester class, course, whatever? Or is it just to ensure that it's at least majorly embedded within a class as a documented major study?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So the bill doesn't outline that this is taught as a unit or for a certain number of weeks or anything like that. As you said, it is to just embed it and emphasize its importance. And then working with the DOE, they can, hopefully what we want is to have, best practices and curriculum available to teachers. And then, as I said, the school boards can find ways to fit it in where it works with their current curriculum on history and everything like that. So it leaves a lot of flexibility to the schools, but at the same time, we want to make sure that it's emphasized.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Senator Lucchini, even though we're on TV. I'm really interested in the piece that you mentioned about the school boards finding a way to best do it at the local level to get this topic taught thoroughly. And in that regard, this isn't so much for you, Senator, but I'm wondering if we could have for the workshop on this bill current standards at the state level regarding this topic. So if we could take a look at those standards, and then maybe, I'm from what I'm hearing, would you be amiable toward strengthening of the standards, so to speak, and then allowing the local school boards to make decisions about how to meet those standards?
Yeah, I'm open to whatever. I know you're all the topic area experts on this. So, I'm open to whatever the committee thinks is best. I think having the mandate in there in a general sense, and then the department through either rules or their practices can find ways to tailor it specifically to each school district or give the flexibility of when and how to implement it to each district. But yeah, it's as drafted, it's pretty vague. It just puts in the mandate and then the details kind of get hashed out later. And I'll say this, over Mother's Day weekend, Representative Stearns, I gathered with my brothers who talked very favorably about you, as well as my nephews from up in your area. So
thank you. Those are good people.
Yeah, they're big fans.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, again, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony and being here. We know you have a lot going on in your other committee, but I'm sure you'll have a good report back from the folks that are going to come in and speak to the LD. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, everybody.
Believe the first group, that's 4, will be led off by Charles Rotmill, and Charles will be followed by Ellie Kane and Heidi Omlor. Good afternoon.
Okay.
We can hear you, sir. We can't see you yet.
Start my video. All right.
We're good.
Okay, I'm here. You want me to make a statement now?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm a Holocaust survivor. I am 88 years old. I've spoken to the schools in Maine for the past 30 years, tell my story of survival. My father died in the gas chamber in Auschwitz, and my mother and sister were killed in a train crash in 1940 in France, which I survived. I was hidden by Père Bruno Rendes, a monk who hid over 300 children. For being Jewish, I had changed my name twice. I think it's very important to tell the story. And I have told the story to hundreds of students across Maine. It's important to make this a mandatory as a part of history. As important as the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, we need to know what happened during this period so it will never happen again. When the children grow up, they will have the experience of having met me, a living witness to this. That's what I want to say. It's crucial, and I'm in support of making Holocaust studies mandatory in the schools. Thank you very much. I thank you all for your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any folks with any questions of Mr. Rotmill?
Okay.
Sir, thank you for your testimony and for the work you're doing, in terms of sharing your story statewide. I'm sure it's very helpful for the educational system. You have a great day.
Yes. It's been amazing. Not that long ago, I spoke at Sanford High School to 1,200 students. It was an unbelievable experience. And that is actually on YouTube. It can be seen if you look up my name. It's worthwhile seeing that talk and the student reaction to it. It's a powerful experience for all of them. So I believe it's important to support this act of making it mandatory to teach the Holocaust, what happened during World War II. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and for being here this afternoon. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is Ellie Kane, and Ellie will be followed by Heidi Omler. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and honorable mentions of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Ellie Kane. I live in Surrey. I'm a junior at Ellsworth High School, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. I enrolled in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, a year-long class taught by Heidi Omler, because I felt I didn't know enough about the Holocaust. I had no idea just how true this would turn out to be. Throughout this course, I have learned about the Holocaust and other genocides, how they occurred, and how they continue to affect the world today. I learned how to recognize the 10 stages of genocide in order to prevent one from happening again. The biggest takeaway for me is that the key to genocide prevention is through education. In the first ever 50-state survey on Holocaust education done by the Claims Conference, a nonprofit organization that advocates for Holocaust survivors around the world, disappointing and startling statistics were revealed. They found that 62% of survey respondents did not know that 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust. Additionally, 51% of survey takers from Maine have seen Nazi symbols in their own community or on social media sites over the past 5 years. One significant bright spot across the findings was that 82% of people believe it is important to continue teaching about the Holocaust, in part so that it doesn't happen again. Incidentally, over half of those taking the survey were Gen Z and millennials. Unfortunately, genocide is still happening in the world today, as can be seen with the situation in China with the Uyghur people. All students should learn about the tragedies of the Holocaust and other genocides. It has opened my eyes to the world around me and changed how I look at life. People need to be educated on the Holocaust so they too can spread awareness and prevent it from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see a hand up in terms of questions, if you would, please, Ellie. That's from Representative Sampson.
Hi, Ellie. Thank you for sharing your testimony. So my question, you mentioned the 10 steps to identifying genocide. Could you tell me what the 10th step is? What is that 10th step? I'm just curious.
The 10th step is denial. So it comes after extermination when usually the country that has committed the genocide doesn't recognize it. Like we can see today in Turkey, they don't recognize the Armenian genocide.
And just because I'm really curious about this, what is the source for those 10 steps? Where did you get that? Because I'd like to look them up.
I believe they can be seen on a website. USHMM, the United States Holocaust Museum, should have them on there.
Okay.
And you should find them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, Ms. Kane, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate your testimony, and you have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Next up is Heidi Omler, and she'll be followed by Catherine Hessler.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Heidi Omler. I live in Ellsworth, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. In thinking about what I would say today to try and convene the importance of Holocaust and genocide education in our schools, I kept coming back to two thoughts. First, genocide and acts of anti-Semitism are still happening today around the world. And second, and most importantly, what Holocaust education offers our students. Since the Holocaust in the 1940s that claimed 6 million Jewish lives, there have been a series of other genocides. And these genocides together have claimed nearly another 6 million lives. Every day there are headlines that remind us of the forces that are behind these acts of genocide. And the question remains of why do these acts keep happening? My belief is that the answer is education and the fact that it is often severely lacking. As educators, we promote the idea that education is the key to many things: jobs, higher socioeconomic status, healthier lifestyles. And I would add to that list genocide prevention. By studying the Holocaust and other genocides, students can begin to identify the warning signs of genocide, us versus them, discrimination, dehumanization, persecution, and in its most extreme form, extermination. According to the Anti-Defamation League, it is estimated that 1.09 billion adults worldwide harbor anti-Semitic attitudes. Many of those individuals have never even met a Jewish person. And although I would not say that through educational opportunities, all students will have a chance to meet someone who holds different beliefs than they do, I would say that students can at least learn about other groups of people, their differences, and begin to understand that differences do not automatically equal wrong, but could instead offer opportunities to learn from and possibly embrace those differences. I am very fortunate, as it has already been said today, to offer a Holocaust and Genocide Studies course here at Ellsworth High School. One of the first lessons I teach in this class is something called the Pyramid of Hate. This visual shows the escalation of genocide. The students and I talk about examples of things that they have witnessed or possibly been a part of from the bottom two layers. We talk about what would happen if those things like name calling, stereotyping, racial slurs were to stop. The students immediately recognize that the entire pyramid would crumble. It is the actions in these bottom two layers that lay the groundwork for genocide. I then tell the students that I believe that they have the power to do this. They can stop acts of genocide, and they can start today. According to the ADL as well, the number of anti-Semitic attacks in the US increased by 10% in 2020. Many of these incidents blame Jews for things like the coronavirus, drawing on an age-old anti-Semitic stereotype that Jews spread disease. Anti-Semitic acts are in the news almost every day. My students are constantly bringing to my attention articles that they have found and they want to discuss in class. The fact that my students have begun to recognize these acts of hatred is just one example of what Holocaust education provides students, an eye-opening view of the world, and although it initiates real change. On behalf of myself and my students, I would ask you to consider supporting this bill. The students of Maine deserve to be a part of breaking the cycle of hate and indifference in our world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a question from Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ms. Omler.
Thank you.
I'm curious if this, at Ellsworth High School, that I know of as a very good high school, if this came from top down or bottom up, is this something that you proposed to be instituted, or someone, an educator proposed to your school board that this should be done? Or did somebody in the administration come and say, look, I'm looking for somebody to teach this class, and it was you?
Thank you, sir. I have a master's degree in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, and I am working on my dissertation, so I will have a PhD in Holocaust and Genocide Studies. About 10 years ago, I was privileged to go to Washington, D.C. to study at the museum, and I met my first survivor from Auschwitz. And to say, honestly, excuse me, that it changed my life would be an understatement. I was charged by that survivor to share their story and to not allow the next generations to forget. And to be honest with you, I took it on as my life's work. And I was able to start offering a class, and I have anywhere from 15 to 20 kids each year. And it honestly amazes me what these students do with this information. So it was my idea.
Well, you took your crystallizing moment and made it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Miss, for being here, and very proud of you.
Thank you.
Couple of questions I think would have been asked of other folks, Senator Lucchini. Do you know how many other schools in Maine have a course? It sounds like yours is a full semester.
Yeah, yeah. Full year.
A full year, okay.
Yeah, yes.
Do you know if other schools have?
I know, I do, sir, and thank you for the question. I know for sure that Washington Academy does, because I taught there before I taught here, and I established the class there. I know that Orono High School has an educator who is also working on her PhD with me, and so she is working with it. And I know that several other schools have implemented it in certain spots throughout their history curriculum, but certainly not as a full-blown elective.
Yeah. If I may follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Is your curriculum online to be viewed?
It is, sir. Echoes and Reflections is the name of the organization. They work with the Anti-Defamation League, the Shoah Foundation with Steven Spielberg, and then Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Institute in Jerusalem. And they train teachers for free. The curriculum is completely free. And I have several contacts within the organization that literally are at the ready to come and train Maine teachers.
Okay, if I may, just one more. Many schools may not be able to go to the degree and detail that you have set up. Is there curriculum available where schools could start something like this as a part of the history courses and then expand? I mean, how does that work?
Yes, the Echoes and Reflections curriculum is set up that way. So that depending on the amount of time that a teacher has to cover the Holocaust, they have curriculum that will cover that. I am honestly the exception to the rule in that I'm able to teach for the full year. Most of my colleagues that also teach about the Holocaust either do a semester or one unit, and they all use the same curriculum, all Echoes and Reflections. It's an excellent curriculum.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely. I would encourage you to look it up online. It's very easy to look at.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Omler. I don't see any of the questions at this time, but certainly want to thank you for being here this afternoon and appreciate your testimony. You have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Next up is Catherine Hessler, and Catherine will be followed by Hailey Robidoux.
Catherine, you're showing up 3 times in the attendees room. Would you be able to raise your hand if you know how, if you hover at the bottom? Thank you. Yep.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Apologies, I shared the link with some of our students. So greetings, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, the members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Catherine Hessler. I am the librarian at Ellsworth High School. I'm here to testify in support of LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide.
Goodbye to the main office.
The school library supports and augments the curriculum, providing materials that bolster classroom instruction and allow students to explore beyond the syllabus. Collection development is a primary role of the librarian, and in a school setting is guided by curriculum requirements. I support this bill as it will empower and encourage school librarians across the state to increase resources related to these important topics. African American history is full of triumphs of overcoming great adversity to achieve great heights and positive impacts on our nation's history and culture. Learning and celebrating this integral part of our history shouldn't be relegated to the month of February. It has been a mission of mine to bring more diverse stories, both fiction and nonfiction, into our collection. While I have been fortunate to be supported in this, many others face pushback when diversifying their collections. The American Library Association publishes an annual list of the most challenged books in schools and libraries. On the 2020 list, 5 of the top 10 most challenged books centered on the Black American experience, especially in a state as homogenous as ours. Representing these stories is both critical and criticized. Unfortunately, African American history includes abhorrent chapters, chattel slavery, and Jim Crow among them. We cannot shy away from teaching these, however difficult, nor the wide-ranging history of genocide that encompasses them. The Holocaust, specifically the murders perpetrated by the Nazi regime, is a dark stain on our collective history. It is, however, one horrific example in a series. Genocide is not an isolated historic incident, nor is it always a homicidal campaign. We see that in our nation's shameful history of forced sterilization, or in Canada's cultural genocide through residential schools. There is a devastatingly vast history to be taught. We cannot learn to recognize and prevent future campaigns of targeted violence unless we face up to our history and understand the lessons it provides. I ask that you consider supporting this bill, as it will ensure these histories are taught in the classroom and encourage broad representation in library collections. To celebrate unsung victories, we must bring them to light, and to avoid the atrocities of our past, we need to educate those who shape our future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Any questions, folks, at this time? Ms. Hethel, we don't have any questions for you right now, but again, want to thank you for your testimony, for your work in our schools. You have a great afternoon.
Thank you as well.
Next up is Kylie Robidoux, Robidoux. Hope I'm not butchering that too badly, Kylie.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Kylie Robidoux. I am a senior at Ellsworth High School, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. At first, I decided to join this Holocaust and Genocide Studies class because I loved Ms. Omler's teaching, but I was quick to realize that the material I would be learning here was much different than what I would learn in other classes. The Holocaust has only been briefly taught in all of my years of going to school. It worries me that the subject is only brushed upon, when in reality it's information that everybody needs to know. The importance of learning about genocides around the world is that they're still happening and only few people know about it. Yes, the Holocaust has been spoken about in previous classes I've taken, but none of the other genocides have. I've not yet heard about the Cambodian, Rwandan, Bosnian, Syrian, Sudanese, and the ongoing genocide of the Uyghurs in China spoken about in any other class besides this one. A survey done by the Claims Conference stated that 58% of Americans believe that a genocide like the Holocaust could happen again, and 80% of respondents to the survey believe it is important for Holocaust education exactly for that reason. I am among this percent. The knowledge and understanding of how these things happen is of the utmost importance, as knowing how genocides happen and develop is the key to not letting them start. Learning about genocides has opened my eyes to make me see and recognize when persecution is happening, as well as what I can do to stop it. Having mandatory Holocaust and genocide education is a big step in this direction. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Robidoux. I do have a question from Senator Woodsum.
Thank you. Thank you, Kylie, for being here. What is the makeup of the class as far as male, female?
There's a pretty good ratio. I'd say about 50-50 in my class.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, folks? Kelly, not seeing any, we just want to thank you for your testimony today. It's we don't often get many students that come in to speak, so it's a very courageous thing for you folks to be doing. So, but again, thank you for doing so, and please share our thoughts about that with any of your classmates that testified. Have a great afternoon. Thank you. Next up is Layla Tati Pombo. Sorry, Layla. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Layla Tati Pambu, and I live in Yarmouth. I'm submitting testimony on behalf of the Black Student Union at Yarmouth High School and in support of LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. The Black Student Union is a club at Yarmouth High School composed of Black, Indigenous students of color and their allies. The mission of BSU is to bring awareness to topics that African Americans and Black people face by having safe discussions on ways to eliminate racism, prejudice, inequality, discrimination, and more. BSU is working to facilitate anti-racism in our school by building a greater awareness and understanding of the experience of people of color. Much of the current U.S. history curriculum does not explore African American heritage and neglects the many contributions of BIPOC. In addition, the extreme violence experienced by African Americans and Black people is often minimized. The social studies curriculum typically centers around the white experience and perspective, which in turn contributes to the perception that success and significance are tied to whiteness. We believe it is important for all students and teachers to expand their knowledge of African American history and learn about the historical origins of racism. We feel this is essential if systemic racism is to be addressed effectively. In addition, students will gain context for current racial incidents, such as the murder of George Floyd, by learning about the origins of police brutality in the Black community, including slave patrols and the many examples of excessive force during civil rights protests. It is important for students and teachers to explore how our country's history has impacted and contributed to systemic racism, as well as learn about historical figures of color that were erased from much of the current curriculum. A better understanding of our past will provide a path of inclusion and anti-racism in our schools. Since many of our schools are predominantly composed of white students, it is important that we require African American history and genocide to be taught in our schools. BIPOC students do not have the privilege of ignoring their history as it impacts their daily life. This bill will allow for all students to learn about the contributions and struggles of people of color. It will provide white students as well as students of color with exposure to curriculum that will help dismantle systemic racism. Finally, including African American history into the school curriculum will also allow students of color to feel valued and appreciated by their community and administration. By being the focus rather than an addendum, students of color can begin to feel as though their unique history has been elevated in its importance within our state and will see their experience reflected in their education. Thank you for considering our testimony and for proposing a bill to help create a more inclusive educational experience for students in Maine. Sincerely, students of the Black Student Union of Yarmouth High School.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do see a hand up with a question from Senator Woodson, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I'm just trying to get a sense on the lack of or the presence of courses in other schools. And what is the name of your course, and was it when was it developed? Do you know?
So I think you're talking about our Black Students Union.
Yes.
It was just made this year, actually, October, starting the school year. Me and a couple other Black students grouped together and we had the club formed in our school.
Okay, and does Yarmouth have a African American or genocide course taught?
Yes, but it isn't thoroughly taught.
Okay, it's a part of the other curriculum, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
a small section of a course. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, Ms. Pandu, we're gonna say thank you. You have a great afternoon. We do appreciate your testimony, and you, again, having students here is awesome for us. So have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
So let's see. Next up is Paige Sawyer, and Paige will be followed by Robert Treston.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Paige Sawyer. I live in Ellsworth, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 187 an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. At the beginning of the school year, I decided to enroll in Mrs. Almer's Holocaust and Genocide Studies class. At first, I was unsure of my decision because I knew everything we talked about was going to be heavy. Looking back on that day, I'm so glad I took this class. It has truly been an eye-opening experience. Many of you might be asking yourself, why should learning about a tragic past be so important today? It is very important because genocides are still happening around the world. Right now in China, the Uyghur Muslims are facing a mass genocide at the hands of the Chinese government. I believe education is a way to prevent other genocides from happening. So far in this class, we have learned about the Armenian, Rwandan, Cambodian, and Darfur genocides. These are only a few out of the many genocides that have occurred all over the world. A survey mentioned by the Claims Conference stated that 41% of millennials and Gen Z don't know much information about the Holocaust. 48% cannot name a single concentration camp out of the 40,000 that existed. 63% believe that less than 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. I was one of those people. After learning about these genocides, my life has changed. I realized that education is an important part of preventing future genocides. Education also helps tell the story of the survivors and the many that have passed on. I've had the pleasure to meet a Holocaust survivor named Charles. Listening to his story made me think, what would I have done if I was in his shoes? This question opened up my thinking ability, and I believe every student in Maine should experience this. Let me ask you one more question. What would you do if a genocide was happening right here, right now? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any questions, folks, at this time for Ms. Sawyer? Yes, Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Paige, thank you so much for being here. I taught school my whole career, and some of the favorite things I've learned were from students. And you said something about, did I hear you right when you said there were 40,000 concentration camps?
Yes.
I mean, I was thinking 10 or 20 big ones. Okay. Thank you for learning. Thank you for learning me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Seeing no other questions, Ms. Sawyer, again, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate student input, and you have a great afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Following page, the next person is Robert Treston, and Robert will be the last person speaking before we get into some folks that are neither for nor against. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name is Robert Treston. I'm the director of the Anti-Defamation League for the New England region based in Boston, but of course, covering the state of Maine. I'm here to express our strong support for LD 215 and LD 187. I know that you have written testimony, so I'm going to avoid repeating and just try and be brief because you've actually heard from the students much of what I might say. The need for Holocaust and genocide education in K through 12 schools could not be more urgent. In 2020 alone, ADL documented more than 2,000 anti-Semitic incidents across the country. And in 2019, before students were learning remotely, we tracked literally hundreds and hundreds of incidents in K through 12 schools. And even in the last 12 to 14 months during the pandemic, we've seen a new phenomenon called Zoom bombing, where infiltration actually inside virtual classrooms, it's continued. Hate and anti-Semitism have adapted to the new environment. And these incidents do not take place in a vacuum. They come at a time of rising bigotry, the emboldening of hate groups, and the resurgence of Holocaust denialism, a challenge that has existed on the fringes for many years, but in recent years has encroached on the mainstream of our own politics and discourse. They also come at a time when Holocaust and genocide awareness, particularly amongst young people, is a fading memory. And you've heard this afternoon just some of the statistics and those studies cited by some of the students who have already testified before you. These statistics are not a coincidence. When our students do not understand the history of genocide or the elements leading to it, they cannot fully grasp the significance of their actions or the tremendous harm they can cause to the school community. Education is therefore key to combating hate. By learning about the Holocaust, genocide, and African American history, students will have the opportunity to explore how stereotypes, prejudice, and religious and ethnic hatred can escalate to atrocity. Soon, the eyewitnesses of the Holocaust and other genocides will no longer be able to tell their own stories, and the responsibility will shift to family members, institutions, educators, and individuals to share their narratives and experience. This is our collective responsibility going forward. Words and actions matter, and it's imperative that our students understand the risks when hatred and bigotry go unchecked. And I think the students really spoke to that really important point this afternoon better than any of the teachers or adults can. I would encourage you to release the bill favorably, both bills. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I am not seeing any questions coming up at this time. So I want to thanks for your testimony. Thanks for taking the time out of your day and the work that you're doing.
Thank
Have
you.
a great afternoon. So next up, we have
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Courtney Bololan, Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association. And today I offer testimony neither for nor against LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide on behalf of our members. The Maine Curriculum Leaders Association and its members believe it is a priority for schools and districts to include the histories and perspectives of African Americans, people of African descent, and other historically marginalized and violently oppressed groups in the local curriculum. Our organization, along with all of our partner professional organizations and the DOE, has already dedicated professional learning, time, and resources to supporting our Maine educators with this critical work and will continue to do so. This year, we offered an anti-racism in school study group and a series of webinars in partnership with the Holocaust and Human Rights Center of Maine that explored the current equity and access realities here in our Maine schools. Next year, one of our major projects will be professional learning opportunities and support with culture, curriculum, and instructional units focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our disagreement with LD 187 stems from the process being used to update learning expectations, the specifying of particular resources, and the lack of funding for local school districts. The Maine learning results outline the learning standards for the state of Maine. Local districts retain control of decisions around curriculum, programs of study, courses, resources, and materials used to address those standards. A learning results review process already exists, and that is the appropriate process for updating or revising expectations for what is taught in Maine schools. As far as the portion of this bill that speaks to education about the history of genocide, while the Holocaust and genocide in general are not specifically noted in the social studies standards, the topics are routinely taught at a range of grade levels within districts as a part of the curriculum and programs of study that address standards. According to our member poll, 100% of responding districts already include the Holocaust and/or genocide in local curriculum in the following grade spans and ways, and there is some data there for you to see. In general, it's addressed at all grade levels through specific units, thematic units, independent projects, literature studies, and time period focused units and current events. While a fiscal note is attached to this bill, the $9,000 is for the cost of an advisory group for 1 year. Making meaningful, responsible, and an equitable shift in education requires funding that directly supports local districts in the review, adoption, possibly creation of curriculum, programs of study, courses, resource materials, and most importantly, the professional learning necessary for effective and meaningful implementation. MCLA believes that it is a priority to include the histories and perspectives of Black, Indigenous, and people of color as well as other historically and traditionally marginalized people and groups that have experienced violent oppression. The appropriate route for updating learning expectations for the state is through the already established learning results revision process. And the most effective means of advancing the meaningful implementation of any of these updates is through directly funding local districts. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions at this time, Ms. Balolan, but thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony as always. You have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
And I believe the last speaker this afternoon is neither for nor against, would be Eileen King.
Eileen, Eileen, could you raise your hand, please? Thank you. And Senator, we do have 2 additional signups. We have Nathan Cutting, who I believe is speaking in favor of the bill. And then we also have a Matthew Rhodes who is speaking against the bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association, neither for nor against LD 187. And this testimony will also apply to LD 215 and 1664 and as you move forward through the afternoon. School boards and superintendents traditionally oppose curriculum mandates, but we did not want to be misinterpreted because of our position. We understand the importance and the urgency to address the issues raised in these bills and are neither for nor against, so we can express that view while opposing mandates. We are concerned and alarmed by the hate crimes happening in parts of our country because of a person's race, ethnicity, skin color, or religion, and believe the best way to counter racism is with education. Nationally, there is a Black Lives Matter at School organization calling for an increase in Black history and ethnic studies instruction. The Anti-Defamation League also has raised the alarm around the increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes in the country. Through the state associations we represent and their national affiliates, the National School Boards Association, the American Association of School Administrators, we have influence and will use it when it comes to the rewriting of textbooks and developing curriculum materials and resources that have left out critical parts of our national and world history. And just to summarize, tonight, over 400 of our Maine educators are going to come together for the last session of the Maine Cultural Competence Institute that was started by Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association. We were purposeful in opening up this training to all educators. And we have ed techs, we have parents, we have school board members, we have teachers, and we have Representative Salisbury that are all learning from York to Presque Isle. We have teachers interacting with each other. We have school districts across the state of Maine interacting and learning from each other and helping each other to move forward in this very important work. This program will also be offered again next year, and we'll also be offering one more session in June as a complimentary session on reducing bias in the hiring process. I was going to review the content standards, History Standard and History Standard 2 in grades 6 through 12, but my colleague at MCLA, Courtney, is much more of an expert on that, and she did an outstanding job, so I won't repeat that information. And I'd like to encourage the committee to please consider going back to LD 278, an act to establish a process for the consideration and implementation of changes to mandated instruction for training for students. And that was tabled earlier in the bill. This bill also was presented by Representative Cornfield last year, and I believe in the prior session, to really look at the number of curriculum mandates that are proposed and to have a review board be established to address these curriculum mandates when they come our way. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. King. We appreciate that. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, the Again, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being with us, and you have a great afternoon.
You too, Senator.
Sam, I think Nathan Cutting, you said, was speaking for.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Nate Cutting, and I teach English at Ellsworth High School. It's an honor to be here to testify in support of LD 187, an act to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. If you asked 100 English teachers what their favorite book is to teach, you would probably get a wide variety of answers. Invariably, The Great Gatsby and Of Mice and Men would be mentioned dozens of times. We tend to like those books because they lend themselves to answering important questions like, to what extent can money change who you are? Or, what does it mean to be a true friend? Questions like these inspire lighthearted debates and occasionally laughs. However, as any English teacher knows, we have an important responsibility. There are books on our shelves that simply must be shared because their lessons are too great to ignore. In the case of Night by Elie Wiesel, the questions raised by this book are considerably more challenging. When I ask students, what does it mean to be a human being? I can see their eyes move from side to side, up and then down. Often they understand the question, but the answer is elusive. Making our way through a Socratic discussion, the mood becomes increasingly somber when I ask them to consider, why should we study the atrocities of the past? These questions demand a reckoning of who we are, what we care about, and what kind of world we want to live in. Authors like Wiesel fight against indifference and provide students with the moral education that is essential in today's increasingly complex global community. Unfortunately, genocide is a term that students need to know. History repeats itself. The only antidote to ignorance is education. I am advocating today in support of a bill that holds teachers accountable and reminds them that we have the power to change the world. Although there are dozens of books that should be taught, there are a few that deserve distinction. They should be read closely and discussed thoroughly. Passing LD 187 ensures that all students will have the opportunity to consider, in your own life, how will you fight indifference?
Thank you. Folks, do we have any questions at this time, please, of Mr. Cutting? Seeing none, sir, again, thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony and your continued work in education.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one additional speaker, Sam, and I lost the name he was speaking against.
Yes, Senator Matthew Rhodes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello?
Oh, I think he's just getting here now, Senator.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. For some reason, I got booted off. I apologize about that.
That's okay.
So can you now? Oh, you can see me. There I am with my messed up hair. Good evening to everybody, or afternoon to the members of the committee. And thank you for letting me speak here. I might seem odd that I'm voting against this legislation or bill or whatever you guys call it there with the lawmakers, but The reason I'm voting against it is because it's not balanced and it's misleading. The lawmakers considering passing LD 187, I strongly condemn this act as nothing short of an act of violence against this great nation, which will have permanent damage on the minds and bodies of millions of Americans. This act seeks not to teach history, but to destroy the great legacy that is America. America does not live under the auspices of the opinions of foreign entities such as the United Nations or the opinions of angry men, which is the root source of where we're getting these broadened versions of genocide come from. That's easy to, you can look that up yourself. The definition of genocide has become so generic that it can mean just about anything. And if you go to to some of these sites that talk about the symptoms of the 10 stages of genocide, it's pretty scary. So I would like to say that America, what it is and what it believes, exists in the Bill of Rights, which has been a beacon of sovereignty to the whole world. And in the words of Robert Woodson, who was the second greatest leader, civil rights leader next to Dr. Martin Luther King, he said that America is a place of second chances, with the Constitution being the societal roadmap of the soul, according to Thomas Jefferson. To teach in any way that slavery as an institution in the American colony was genocidal, we support the notion of an intellectually bankrupt men and women. Those who seek to implement this program have no further ends but to teach Americans to hate America. And you've seen that happen all across the country. There's lots of hatred in the world. And the baddest part about this bill is that it doesn't teach a balance. It doesn't teach a balance that hatred has occurred by every race across the entire world all throughout time. Slavery as an institution was practiced throughout the entire world and was accepted as a caste system in most great civilization until it was ended in America. So in all the recorded of history, slavery existed and was ended by this great nation. This is the great fact we should be teaching. We don't need to keep dredging up the past and making this more and more about, yes, I agree that slavery is horrible. Don't get me wrong. My grandmother was a survivor of Nazi Germany. If I told you the story she told me would break your heart. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to teach a balanced history about genocide, and to lump what happened in the Holocaust and what happened to the Black Americans and the slaves that came over here is a horrible, horrible thing to do. We need to keep them separate and treat them as what they are. One was a systematic attempt to rid the entire world of a group of people. Black slavery in America was not that. It was marginalized, it was horrible, it was atrocious, but it wasn't an attempt to rid the planet of a group of people. So to say that it was is a lie. And that's what this bill actually says in its text body. So we need to really think about that. We need to think about what they're saying, because when this gets passed, what's going to happen is we're going to have more people like Hillary Clinton that are going to get up and literally castigate the half of the country, call them deplorables and all the nastiest names in the book, and suddenly that's okay. So I think we really need to reconsider the wording of this legislation before we pass it. I'm all for education. Let's balance it out. Let's change the wording. Let's start over from scratch. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Folks, do we have any questions of Mr. Rhodes at this time? Yes. Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for providing your words to this topic. Just to be clear, and I'm not sure how to phrase this in a form of a question, but the bill is to require education about African American history and the history of genocide. It's not that they are two in one.
It says here in the bill, African American genocide, the Underground Railroad, and then it gives a laundry list: Underground Railroad, Emancipation, Reconstruction, the Great Migration. So it actually it says African American genocide in the bill.
And I think that it's expanding on that.
Okay, but that needs to be cleared up a little bit then, because it's saying that this was a, where does it say it? It says that this was a, I'm trying to find it. It says, says, okay, and then it says that for the purposes of subsection, African American genocide means discriminatory genocidal laws. I don't know of any laws that existed that were genocidal, that were actually written to eliminate the universe of Black people. If you could point some out to me, that would be great, but I don't know of any.
Thank you.
And that's what it, yep, that's what it says in the bill.
Any
So-
additional questions, folks, at this time?
Yes, it does. And I don't know of any bills that exist like that.
Seeing no additional questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate
very
your
much.
time being here today. Have a good day.
You too.
I believe that ends the testimony on LD 187, and I will call that hearing to a close. Open a hearing on LD 215, which is an act to require instruction on the history of genocide and the Holocaust. And first up is Representative Fecto. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for taking this slightly out of order to accommodate me. I appreciate that. So good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, my colleagues in the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Justin Fecto, and I proudly represent House District 86, which consists of the western and northern portions of Augusta. And I'm proud to sponsor LD 215. And I thought it was of symbolic importance of the random nature that the last bill was called LD 187. Section 187 of the California Penal Code is the code section of law concerning murder. So I thought it was of symbolic significance that it was LD 187 for any of you penal code nerds out there. I am also a representative of Augusta, and the Holocaust and Human Rights Center of Maine is within my district. And so to get started, ladies and gentlemen, the leading cause of death in the 20th century was government. Author of the book, Death by Government, R.J. Rummel, estimated that 20th century deaths by government stood at around 212 million people. He coined the term democide, which incorporated genocide, politicide, and mass murder. Figures have ranged widely given the lack of tracking and technology, but I believe we can all agree that 20th century was the bloodiest time in human history. We should require that this stark reminder be taught to every single one of our Maine children. Genocide is the most putrid and horrendous thing that humans do to their own kind. It isn't just a demonic practice against Jews or reserved for the old ages. It happened to some of the most vulnerable people on our planet within the last 100 years. Some of them include the Armenian genocide, where at least 1.5 million people were murdered over 7 years. The Soviet man-made famine in Ukraine caused no fewer than 2.5 million deaths. The Cambodian, which I misspelled, unfortunately, the Cambodian genocide saw the brutal murder of at least 1.7 million people. And the very recent genocides have been thrusted upon the Kurdish, Tutsi, Bosnian, Darfuri, and religious and political minorities in Syria and Iraq. 81 years ago today, on May 10th, 1940, Nazi Germany invaded France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, and also dropped its first bombs on England. This began the scum of the earth madman Adolf Hitler's westward expansion campaign to conquer Europe and rid the region of the Jewish problem. In total, more than 6 million Jews and millions of Slavs, Romas, people of color, homosexuals, the disabled, and political and religious minorities needlessly perished at the hands of German National Socialism. Due in part to the 104,812 US service members who were killed in action in the European theater, the world celebrated the 76th anniversary of VE Day just a few days ago on May 8th. More than 2,000 Mainers gave all of themselves on the battlefield in Europe and the Pacific Theater during World War II. Some lessons are too important to miss. The Holocaust is one of those lessons. In a January 2021 story by News Center Maine, Edith Pagelson, a Holocaust survivor who lives in Maine, quote, says educators have to do their part to teach this moment in history to never forget, end quote. In a 2020 survey completed by the Conference on Material Claims Against Germany that surveyed more than 11,000 people under 40 across the country, found that many did not know the basic knowledge about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. Like you've heard, many young Mainers fared better than most other states, but quote, more than 60% didn't know that more than 6 million Jews were killed, end quote. The survey also noted that nationally, 48% could not name a single one of the more than 40,000 concentration camps or ghettos established during World War II. 11% of the respondents believed Jews caused the Holocaust. In a comparison survey in 1997, only 6% believed the lie that Elvis was still alive. And so almost double the amount of people in 2020 think Jews caused the Holocaust. 49% have seen Holocaust denial or distortion posts on social media or elsewhere online. And 64% believe that Holocaust education should be compulsory in school. Former state senator and executive director of the Holocaust and Human Rights Center of Maine, now Secretary of State Shanna Bellows, was quoted as saying, quote, clearly more work needs to be done to expand education around the Holocaust. She followed with, quote, schools can do so much to confront bias and prejudice by bringing this education into the classroom and creating spaces for these conversations so the lessons of the Holocaust are taught and students learn that thinking and are inspired to reflect and act to confront and speak back against prejudice and discrimination, end quote. I agree with then Senator Bellows. More needs to be done. This bill is that solution. When LD 1050 came to us in the 129th legislature, it had some mechanical issues. So I amended it, and we amended it, and took the fight to the House floor with bipartisan allies. Some of the more insider criticism came from the possible misunderstanding that this might need to become its own course. I believe this bill is strengthened with the addition of, quote, the teaching of the history of genocide does not have to be a separate course of study, end quote, and that's in this bill. The News Center Maine article also noted, quote, the Maine Department of Education tells us most Maine schools teach Holocaust studies as a part of their curriculum, but it's not a requirement for Maine schools, end quote. That means the fact that most schools teach about the Holocaust, combined with my addition to the bill that it does not have to be a separate course of study, means this is a mandate of the lowest order. It would cost $9,000 to administratively weave this in to ensure 100% of our students are receiving a basic education about the Holocaust and genocide. The state of Maine is already in the business of requiring instruction on the most important lessons in our history. Currently, our state requires American history, Maine history, and Native American history. As good as our state's adoption of the Social Studies C3 framework is, the framework is content non-specific, thereby not ensuring that the most impactful human events will be taught to each and every Maine student. I'm not one to ask the state to make almost anything compulsory, but the history of genocide and the Holocaust is too important. These lessons aren't passed down in our DNA or bloodstream. We must never forget, and the only way to do that is to ensure we are teaching it to the next generations. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not seeing any questions at this time, sir. So thank you for your testimony and appreciate you being here again today. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yes, we have two folks speaking for. The first up would be Charles Rotmill. Welcome back, sir.
Oh, well, I'm back.
Oh, you on? Good.
Yes.
Speaking for the Holocaust and Genocide bill.
You want me to speak on the behalf?
Yes, you're welcome to do so, sir. Yes.
I'm sorry. I've had often students ask me, how do I feel when someone tells me that the Holocaust never happened? And I tell them I feel the same way when people say the earth is flat. So it's very important, especially since I was part of it. I was interrogated by the Gestapo one time, and that's how close I came to being in prison. But I was so young, I was 10 years old. And when the Gestapo, there were about 6 of them interrogated, the elderly people were taken away in the truck. But with me, I could not even speak. I was frozen, and they chased me out of the room. But when I look out the window of my room, I could see that the men were taken on a truck. And my brother was telling me that they were going to be interrogated and executed. So it's very important to make this a reality, to teach students how important it is that this happened and shouldn't happen again. And not only that, but it could happen again. There's a website I look at called Genocide Watch. And there are right now in the world, in different parts of the world, Darfur, different countries, where genocide is happening right now. So education is very important. If you don't know your history, you're doomed to relive it, as Santayana said. And I believe that strongly, to know, to understand, but to do something about it. And we can't just lay passively and let it all happen without doing what we can to prevent this from happening. And you look at the world today, I mean, certain countries, China, Russia even, totalitarian states, things are still happening there. So that's it. I want to say it's important. And I'm very grateful that I'm able to talk when I can. Unfortunately, with the COVID-19 now, we are limited doing things in person. That's another thing. It's one thing to do something live, so someone who's in person versus, multimedia and all that. It's not as good as someone who's in person who I've talked to. And I have benefited from talking to kids. It's been amazing. Sometimes 1,200 students, sometimes a room of 20. It all doesn't matter. I think it was Mother Teresa who said, I'll never forget this. She said, if you help one person in the day, you've done God's work. So if you reach one person, you've done it, So I'm trying to reach as many as I can, but I think it's a good example to think that way. I want to thank you all very much for your work and for today. I mean, it's amazing that we've had this long discussion. A lot of people think it's old history. Who needs to talk about it? But the fact is I was there. I always start my talk by saying, I'm a witness. I have a slide that says I'm a witness. I'm not like talking as a historian. I'm in it. And then I saw what happened firsthand, and I'm one of the lucky ones who survived. There were 1 million children who were sent to the gas chamber. Think about that. Children. So, it's important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you testifying and your perspective on the topic. It's wonderful to have you with us today. Any questions? Not seeing any, sir. You have a great afternoon, and again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Next up, following Charles, is Robert Treston. Robert is also speaking for.
I don't see Robert with us currently, Senator.
Actually, I think he spoke earlier and mentioned both bills, if I'm not mistaken, but
I think so, Senator. Yeah, now that you say that.
thank you.
And also, Senator, Courtney Malolan emailed me and said that she had to leave to attend another meeting now, so she won't be with us for the rest of the day.
Okay, and Ms. King is scheduled. She mentioned both bills earlier, but I'm not sure if she wants to speak again or not. Good afternoon.
I think that might just be her background, Senator. Maybe she was thinking that she had already testified on these bills.
I believe she mentioned both in her testimony, but she's listed. I wanted to give her the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't see her sitting there now.
Okay, so thank you. So I believe, Sam, that'll end our testimony on LD 215.
Yes, Senator.
So thank you very much for your help. Folks, I'm going to call the public hearing on LD 215 to a close and open a hearing on LD. Let me make sure I have the right numbers here, because I believe the next up is 406, and 406 is an act to study the costs and feasibilities of requiring industrial arts to be offered in all Maine public high schools. That sponsor is Representative Ordway of Standish.
And Senator, we don't have the representative with us, and I've reached out to both him and his aide and have not heard anything back.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I'm going to work. Well, actually, I think what I will do is just read the summary of the bill. I could, so that we can actually give it its hearing. It's a concept draft, so there's really not a lot of meat to it, but in terms of the bill, would study the costs and feasibilities requiring industrial arts to be offered in all public high schools in the state. And pursuant, the bill is the concept draft and pursuant to joint rule 208. So that said, no folks here to testify in addition to the reading of the LD. We'll call that hearing to a close. So LD 68 is an act to introduce a career and fiscal management elective course at the high school level. And that is being presented by Representative Crockett. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished colleagues of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Representative Ed Crockett, and I represent part of Portland and part of Falmouth. I'm here today to introduce LD 68, an act to introduce a career and fiscal management elective course at the high school level. Following multiple discussions with representatives of the Department of Education, I am proposing a new title to LD 68 and an amendment. The new title is an act to support life and career-ready education in Maine. The amendment replaces the bill's original language and creates a provision within Title 20A, Subchapter 3, Secondary Schools, Section 4728. So 20A, section 4728 states, life and career ready. Recognizing that students will choose to enter the workforce in different ways, each school administrative unit shall offer relevant opportunities that include interactive experiences and allow for direct exposure between students and a variety of career options, so students may develop habits of efficacy, resourcefulness, and adaptability as they take steps to create and implement post-secondary plans. Please note that the language on fiscal management has been removed since existing state statutory language for personal finance, i.e. financial management, is contained in 20A, section 4722. Representatives from the DOE, including Diana Dwyron, the Maine Learning Results Life and Career Ready Content Specialist, will be testifying on this bill and be available for any questions. Of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Crockett. Any questions at this time, folks, of Representative Crockett? Yes, I have Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Crockett. Just to confirm, so it looks like 4728 had formerly been repealed, so this is adding back in that wording, is that right?
That is my understanding.
Oh, okay,
And the DOE will can confirm that.
okay. All right, I just want to make sure I was looking at the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, sir, we're gonna thank you for your testimony and presenting the bill. And we will be hearing first from Ms. Balolan, and followed by Diana Dwyron, and
Members, Senator Courtney Balolan won't be with us for the rest of the afternoon today.
oh, okay, you just said that. Mike.
Yeah, no problem, Senator. It's a lot to keep track of.
About Ms. Dwyron.
Oh, we can't hear you, Diana. Is your headset synced or plugged in?
How's that? Better?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Diana Dwyron, Content Specialist for the Maine Learning Results Life and Career Ready Standards, and I'm here today representing the department and speaking in support of the proposed amendment and new title for LD 68, an act to support life and career ready education in Maine. The department has worked with the bill's sponsor and supports the replacement of the original language in the bill with additional language, which creates a provision within Title 20A, Subchapter 3, Secondary Schools, Section 4728. The provision aligns with the Maine Learning Results Life and Career Ready Standards for students in grades 9 through diploma, and with the Maine Economic Development Strategy from 2020 to 2029, the Strategy A, Grow Local Talent. The amendment emphasizes multiple pathways towards meaningful careers and the need for students to engage in career development experiences. Maine's 10-year Economic Strategy A, Grow Local Talent, emphasizes the connection between Maine's economic future and a well-prepared, resilient, adaptable, and skilled workforce. The Grow Local Talent strategy also notes that students' ability to explore local career opportunities and build community networks is critical to retaining more of our young people in Maine and building civic responsibility. To meet the needs of all students, schools can connect with local community partners and offer relevant interactive experiences, including direct exposure to a variety of career options. The Maine Learning Results Life and Career Ready Standards are written to allow flexibility and variation in focus and implementation, while ensuring all students exhibit key knowledge and skills required to successfully navigate the changing career landscape. The Life and Career Ready standards recognize that students will choose to enter the workforce in different ways, and the amendment for LD 68, an act to support life and career ready education in Maine, thoughtfully captures the intentions of the Maine Learning Results Life and Career Ready standards. The department supports the amended language to LD 68, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dwyron. Any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony and most importantly for your continued work with the department. You have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
And next up would be, so that's the last speaker for. We have one speaker against, and that would be Stephen Bailey. And Stephen will be followed by a person neither for nor against, and that would be Dan Allen.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to not only LD 68, but also LD 549 and LD 701. Therefore, I won't be testifying on those two other bills later this afternoon. We consider these three bills as mandates. On LD 68, we appreciate the sponsor's amendment, but the bill still constitutes a mandate on schools. LD 549 requires students to do 40 hours of community service to graduate, and LD 701 make financial literacy and social emotional competence requirements for a high school diploma. We're not debating the value of what these bills would mandate, but want to underscore what we've said in the past. The state already requires instruction in the following subjects for graduation as of 20A subsection 4722, but leaves curriculum as a local board decision. Mandated subjects include English, 4 years of the equivalent in standards achievement, social studies and history, including American history, government, civics, and personal finance, 2 years or the equivalent in standards achievement, mathematics, 2 years or the equivalent in standards achievement, science, including at least 1 year of laboratory study, 2 years or the equivalent in standards achievement, and fine arts, which may include art, music, forensics, or drama, 1 year or the equivalent in standards achievement. In regard to curriculum, Title 20A, subsection 1001, subsection 6, requires the school board to adopt courses of study in alignment with required subjects. Curriculum is a topic that can and is raised and debated at the school board meeting, but ultimately the board decides. We urge you not to pass LD 68, 549, and LD 701. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Bailey at this time, folks? Seeing none, sir, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here today, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
And speaking last would be neither for or against, would be Mr. Allen.
I don't see Dan Allen with us currently, Senator.
Okay, sir. Well, are there any other folks lined up? Sam, I didn't see any on the list.
No, Senator.
So thank you very much. Appreciate your help again. And I will call a hearing on LD 68 to a close. Thank you. And at this point, I would like to open the hearing on LD 549, which is an act to include community service hours in high schools. That would be Representative Poirier of Skowhegan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to the hearing today. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jennifer Poirier, and I represent House District 107, which is comprised of Skowhegan and part of Madison. I am pleased to be before you today to present LD 549, an act to include community service hours in high school graduation standards. Throughout the past year, the pandemic has exposed needs in every community in Maine. Communities have relied on volunteers to meet those needs. After many conversations with educators and parents, I was urged to submit this bill. LD 549 proposes that students complete no less than 40 hours of community service as part of high school graduation requirements. The community service hours may not be advocacy or of a political nature. By volunteering in their community, students will learn valuable life skills. They will create lasting relationships within their community while strengthening communication skills. Volunteering is proven to boost self-esteem and can also lead to employment opportunities. Studies show that teens who volunteer tend to do better in school and are less likely to engage in risky behaviors. The Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement indicate that civic activities have positive effects on high school academic progress across racial and ethnic groups. They found that students participating in school-required community service hours were 22% more likely to graduate from college than those who did not. Students were also more likely to have improved reading, math, science, and history scores. You'll hear opposition state that students have busy schedules and time constraints due to employment, sports, and other activities. I urge you to look at the benefits of LD 549. The bill maintains local school board control in the creation of policy and implementation of community service requirements. 40 hours over the course of a 4-year high school career is not unreasonable. Washington, D.C. requires 100 community service hours to meet graduation standards. Maryland requires 75 hours. Community service opportunities are abundant. Whether volunteering at a food cupboard, playing board games at a nursing home, raking the yard of a veteran, walking a dog at the animal shelter, or reading books to children, students can make a positive impact within their own community. Volunteering is important and is extremely rewarding. Former President CEO of the National Council of Negro Women said it best when she stated, quote, "Without community service, we would not have a strong quality of life. It's important to the person who serves as well as the recipient. It's the way in which we ourselves grow and develop," end quote. High school is the perfect time to integrate community service for the enrichment of our learners and for the progress of our communities. For these reasons, I ask you to support LD 549, and I thank you for your consideration, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have for me.
Thank you, Representative Poirier. I do have a couple of hands up. And the first is from Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Dodge and Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Representative Poirier. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to see you. So my question is, so you're in the Skowhegan area. I mean, I think some schools are doing this. I'm just kind of curious as to what are they doing in the schools in your area as far as requiring community service? Are they requiring it? And if so, how much time?
It's not a requirement in my school. I can tell you that back when I was in school, which wasn't yesterday by any means, we had programs starting in our junior high that would offer us credits and we could go into the nursing home and play games, sing songs with elderly people, or we could go to the animal shelter and that sort of thing. And they stopped doing that. We do have groups in our high school that do after school activities, and some of them will volunteer, but it's not anything that's required, and it's
Hey,
I
Gina,
would say
how are
probably
you?
a very small group of students that actually take part in that.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. I appreciate that.
Representative Dodge, please, followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being with us this afternoon. My question for you is, as you conceived this bill, can you tell me what your thoughts were around how the hours would be documented, recorded, and sort of maintained through one's high school career, please?
Sure. My thoughts basically were looking at my own high school in Skowhegan. They have advisory programs. So our students meet with their advisor at least weekly. And most high schools, they're going to have guidance counselors, that sort of thing as well. And there are curriculums that have programs that require documentation. So adding in that piece of volunteer work should not be a hard process, as far as no more than adding in any other kind of class. The way the bill's crafted, the school board has a lot of leeway in their policy on how they want to implement it. So it could be left up to the school board to implement it however is easiest for them as well. So that it shouldn't be any kind of financial boundary, depending on the staff that they have or how they want to do that. With 40 hours, I picked that range because it's on the low end. If you look at requirements, whether it's requirements or actual what schools want, not necessarily a state requirement, but what school districts want across the United States, 40's on the very low end. The lowest that I found was 30. The highest was like 175 over the course of 4 years. So the hour amount is quite small. 10 years a year for 4 years is not much to ask. And what they get out of it, I think is a lot more than what we here would even think of. What volunteering in one's community can gather for a student is so fulfilling and can lead to so much more. I think what you're getting at as far as asking the question for implementing in the schools is the financial aspect. Is that correct? No. Okay. Did I answer what you were looking for? Okay.
Thank you. I have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Crockett and Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Poirier. I just had a question about the line about no advocacy or political. I was wondering what your thoughts were of adding those two things in.
My thoughts for that was to keep it community-based. When you're looking at political or advocacy, usually you're stretching outside of your community. When you're looking at political, that's sending people to Augusta, sending them to other places, and every community needs support. And community service, when you're looking at a high school, you're looking to build within your own community. So, and if you're looking at something school-based community service, you definitely want to support your own inner community. So that was the purpose of adding that in that bill.
Thank you for the answer.
Sure.
Thank you. I have Representative Crockett, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome Representative Poirier. And I really want to thank you for bringing this to us. I had never thought of it, and I think it's a wonderful idea. Anytime we can get our students to do community service, it's a win for everybody. And maybe Sam Seneff can help us for the work session. Maybe take a look at what I think you referenced, the state of Maryland and maybe another state that has done this. If you could maybe kind of help answer Representative Dodd's question about how do we track this? How do we, efficiently make this work? I think that would be a huge help. But thanks again for bringing this. This is a great idea.
Thank you.
And Representative Roach, please.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. Funny thing is, this is what I do at Wells. We do 40 hours, and I help track it, and I chase down those who are close and need to graduate to get the 40 hours. I'm trying to form this in a question, but it is very easily tracked and very easily done, and at no real expense. It's done, at least at Wells. It's easier because maybe our size too, but it's done through the guidance department. And the kids have to fill out their own forms, get it signed by the people and brought to the guidance. And you try to get them to do 10 hours a year. Sometimes around now, I'm tracking down some seniors with 40 hours to do, and we're struggling to figure out how to do it. But I think this is a great bill, and I guess, wouldn't you agree, Representative Ford? I struggled with that one. Sorry, I should have asked a question. I should have waited for work session. I wanted to get that out, that it's not that hard, but.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Representative Poirier, for being here. I didn't notice it in the bill language, but is this a mandatory or a voluntary proposal?
It is meant to be a requirement for high school graduation.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Not seeing, oh, I do. Representative Crockett with another question.
Yeah, again, more maybe a work session thing. And this is just me not knowing, are we empowered to make a decision like this that isn't happening during school hours? I would just love some clarity on that for the work session.
We'll have that for the work session, sir. Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Poirier, for bringing this. I taught school for a long time. I keep saying that every time I get a chance to speak. But anyway, would this be, I think, for credit, or it's just you must do it? Would there be a half a credit, or you know what I mean?
The schools that I have researched do offer credits for it, but again, I've left that open to school policy decision. I would like to see credits being given for that. It's a great opportunity for students that are in a bind to get credits to get credit for the work that they're putting in as well. But like I say, I've left that open. I like the local control that we have in the state of Maine, and the school boards being able to have that authorization as far as making policy and implementing that policy. I've been a school board member for 11 years now, so that's something that when a per se mandate is put on them, having the ability to create it and implement it's very important. So that would be something that I'd like the school boards to be able to decide.
Brief follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Representative Poirier, do you not see credit as a great motivator for some students rather than, oh, I got to do this and I don't want to be told to do something for nothing?
I certainly agree with that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no, seeing no other questions, I believe that we have thank you. I want to thank you first. I'm sorry, my apologies. Representative Poirier, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for bringing this forward. Appreciate you doing so. And I do have one hand up question. Representative Brennan?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Representative Poirier, I certainly understand the importance of community service, but let's say a student has satisfied every other requirement to graduation, and you're saying that if they didn't do the 40 hours of community service, they wouldn't be able to graduate?
Well, I've put it in as a graduation standard, much like if they have an elective requirement, they need to meet those elective requirements as well. So however the school would deal with that sort of scenario.
But if they fulfilled every other academic requirement of the local school district with this legislation, if for some reason they didn't fulfill the 40 hours of community service, they wouldn't be able to graduate?
That's usually how a requirement would go. So my understanding would be yes, the requirement, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have, again, want to thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And you have a great afternoon. We have Cole Cochran coming in behind you for support.
Cole is not currently with us, Senator.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, neither of the next two folks, Sam, I think they spoke already.
Correct, Senator. Steve Bailey said that he was testifying on those 3 or 4 bills, and Courtney is still not with us.
Okay. Thank you. So I will sing. We have no one else that signed up late or anything, so I will call the hearing on LD 549 to a close, and wish you luck moving forward, Representative. Thank you. So we have 2 more, and next up will be I'd like to open the hearing on LD 701, an act to require education of high school students in certain life skills. And excuse me, the sponsor and first up will be Representative O'Neill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Maggie O'Neill, and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present LD 701, which would require certain life skills in the educational curriculum of high school students. So I'll be brief, and I want to turn about a minute of my time over to Cole. But to give some background on the bill, I was really fortunate last fall to work with a group of local high school students on my campaign. During our time together, I probably learned even more from them than they did from me, and they brought a lot of thoughtfulness, clarity, and experience to our conversations. So after a few great months of working with them and talking with them about policy, I offered to submit any proposals that they'd like to work on. So this bill that you're seeing today is one that one of many that they identified as a priority. I've been really inspired by their dedication to improving both their community and their home state. They've been engaged in a lot of good work over the last year. So today you'll meet a young person named Cole Cochran, who has led the conversation on LD 701. Cole is a sophomore at TA, which is the high school in Saco, and he has identified opportunities to help students build skills to navigate social, emotional, and financial challenges that young people face both now and into the future. So this bill is a direct response to those concerns. And I'm guessing that there's overlap of subject matter. Both of, I saw something on the calendar today from Representative Crockett. So I'm proud that Cole is here today to share this idea with you, and I will let him speak to the proposal and the issues in more detail. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have, I'm sorry, excuse me. Any questions? My question I'm trying to get out, excuse me. Senator Woodson, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. O'Neill, for being here. Can you share with us what certain life skills, which life skills?
Good question. And I went over it pretty quickly. So what Cole was really interested in were two categories of things. One is financial literacy, and the other are social and emotional skills.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions of Representative O'Neill? Seeing none. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate you testifying, bringing this before us. You have a great afternoon.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, and Sam, is Cole here? I didn't see him listed under this particular bill, but.
That's what I was gonna, Representative O'Neill, are you still there? Oh.
I am. I see Cole in the attendee list.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, he had signed up on our previous bill, but he is planning on testifying for 701 because on the, okay, that clears things up then. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam.
I was triple checking my list over here, Senator, in a panic, but that makes much more sense. All right.
Sorry about
Good
that.
afternoon. That's all right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and also Representative Brennan and the honorable members of this Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Cole Cochran. I live in Saco, and I'm currently a sophomore at Thornton Academy. I'm here to testify in support of LD 701, which will be an act to require the education of high school students and certain life skills. I've spent the past year working with Representative O'Neill to develop policies both locally and at the state level. As we considered our options for this session, one area I wanted to focus on was opportunities in education. Personally, I believe that it is essential to be equipped with life skills before I graduate, and to have a resource readily available at school, I consider imperative. As we enter our adult lives, we must be fully aware and educated on both financial literacy and social emotional competence. First, regarding financial literacy, it is essential to have a rudimentary understanding of personal finances. We're entering a phase in our lives where we'll begin to have financial independence, so to have an understanding can prevent problems we might encounter and can potentially make us prosper. However, we don't have an adequate understanding. According to a report published by CNBC, a financial literacy test indicated that approximately 2/3 of all high school students are not financially literate. These are startling numbers, especially since around 30% of students enter the workforce directly after high school and require financial skills and competency immediately. Many students will also make student loan decisions either independently or with the support of parents. Americans are more burdened by student loan debt than ever, with $1.71 trillion in total student loan debt. To give a nationwide picture, among the class of 2019, 69% of college students took out student loans and graduated with about $30,000 in debt. In order to ensure that young people are prepared to make important financial decisions, we must begin by recognizing that our public schools both educate us and prepare us for life after school. With this recognition, let us develop a curriculum to focus on things like importance of saving, means of investing, how to write a check, how to borrow safely, et cetera, et cetera. These are all pieces of information that are vital to provide a head start for our future. In my research for this bill, however, I noticed that there are online learning units available, and I hope to discuss this with the department on ways that we can implement it. Second, social and emotional competence is equally crucial to our education and preparation for life. Social and emotional competence is the process of learning about how we manage our emotions, knowing how to be involved in a community, and understanding what a healthy relationship is and how to maintain one. World Population Review actually reported that in the state of Maine, 39.3% of women have experienced domestic violence, as well as 33.6% of men. To begin to learn at an early and crucial age, such as high school, about how to maintain a healthy relationship with a partner will positively impact our communities. Before my time runs out, though, I would like to highlight some externalities of LD 701. First, consider financial literacy to be a tool in our economic prospects. Generations of citizens financially educated. Imagine an entire state that the workforce does not have to play catch up on their finances, aware of the nuances of it. In regard to social and emotional competence, we'll have a public that understands the importance of healthy relationships and will know how to have one, not to mention how to be involved in the community, as I mentioned before. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 701. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you. Folks, any questions of Mr. Cochran at this time? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate your testimony and impressed with the fact that being a sophomore in high school, it takes a lot to be here. So good for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Have a good day.
You too.
And I don't believe that there are any other folks speaking this afternoon. We heard from Mr. Bailey earlier and Ms. Bellowin. So that said, Sam, am I correct?
Yes, Senator, that's what I'm seeing too.
Thank you very much. I'll call the hearing on LD 701 to a close and open the hearing on LD 1664, which is an act to integrate African American studies into American history education. That is being sponsored by Representative Talbot Ross. And
I was just on the phone with her secretary, Senator. She's on her way. She's just running a few minutes behind.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to just take a look at her list of we do have some 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4. Okay. Do you see her, the other folks speaking to this LD in the waiting room by chance, Sam?
Yes, Senator. Yep. We have both Amaya and Grace with us.
All right, thank you. So we'll give the representative a couple of moments. In the meantime, folks, I believe this is our last public hearing of the day.
It sounds like the representative's trying to move over from a work session, Senator, so any minute now.
Sure, thank you. The rumor has it that the committees get food. We're going to have to charge her double for this slight delay.
I'll make a spreadsheet, Senator.
I'll put a couple of recommendations at the top of my list.
Might I suggest that when we finally, if we ever get back in full session, that maybe all of the committees, because everybody's going to owe so much food, it's crazy, that maybe we do it on the lower lawn at the Capitol and just have 3-hour lunch.
A nice buffet table of goodies.
There you go.
All right, the representatives with us, Senator.
Thank you very much, Sam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I've had connectivity problems for most of the day. I want to thank you for waiting for me. And I can start whenever you'd like.
Absolutely. You have the floor.
Thank you kindly. Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40 in Portland, and I serve as the Assistant House Majority Leader. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1664, an act to integrate African American studies into American history education. As a child growing up in Portland, I was fortunate in so many ways, but one in particular was that I was blessed to have a father who was a history buff and therefore a consummate collector of articles, books, artifacts, photographs, recordings, scrapbooks, and memorabilia. He filled our home with them, and he seized any opportunity to share his beloved materials with us, as well as anyone who entered our home or expressed an interest. His focus was on the Black African-American experience. He was curious about it all, even though as an 8th generation Mainer of African descent, he grew up in a family that surrounded him with the oral and written history of their lives. They passed it on from one generation to the next. And like most African Americans living in this state, the whitest state in the country, he was always keenly aware of what was happening to Black people in his neighborhood, in his town, in the city, locally, and in the state. But his quest to know more was born in large part by the lack of learning about this experience, this quintessential American experience, through the Bangor public education system when he was a student. Again, the lack of learning was what made him curious to know more. After several years, the materials that he collected grew in such size and scope that he began getting requests to do presentations at schools, houses of worship, businesses, community gatherings, at city and state events and conferences. He would load all of his materials into his treasured VW van and travel the state, setting up small exhibits and taking every opportunity along the way to engage those he encountered. He particularly liked talking to students and working with educators on how best to talk about African American history and issues related to race. No one else was providing this resource, so, aided by his own research, the materials and stories he had collected became the only comprehensive account of Maine's African American experience. Subsequently, his devotion to documenting, preserving, and teaching about this experience became one of the most loving gifts he could ever give to his children. You see, my father is a proud Black man who drew strength from knowing the truth about history and culture of his people who are indigenous to both the state and the nation, as well as those of African descent. It has shaped his identity and solidified the value he knew that he had in this world. Given the negative stereotypes and erroneous historical accounts of African Americans and Africans throughout the diaspora, how else would his children learn the truth about the courage and sacrifice, the brilliance and the creativity, the struggle, the resiliency, the triumph and faith of a people for whom he was a descendant? How would anybody else's children ever know about these marvelous, intelligent, brilliant people? How would allowing the perpetuation of an ugly narrative impact their aspirations and beliefs? So in 1995, he donated his personal papers after having served as the first African-American elected to the Maine State Legislature in 1972, serving 3 terms. He donated his personal papers and the collection he grew to the University of Southern Maine, where it was used to establish the African American Archives of Maine, now known as the African American Collection. He later co-authored a book based on this collection called Maine's Visible Black History, to not only ensure that the African American experience was documented, but that there was at least one account written by an African American in their own authentic voice. I tell you all of this because Maine children can go through their entire educational experience, kindergarten through college, in our public schools today with very little exposure to this history. They know not of the presence of African Americans in Maine during the country's early colonial period, or of their involvement in the abolition anti-slavery movement, nor efforts to live, worship, and work on Malaga Island. Our students are not learning about Indigenous Americans, some of whom are described as copper-colored people who existed in the Americas long before the introduction of the enslaved African. The absence of this history is not only detrimental to African American students, but to all students, all Maine students. This uniquely American story is not included to any measurable extent in the curricular offerings in our public schools. We can do better. This is a story that must be corrected and made visible. Some of you will recall that this bill is a product of work I have been doing since I first came to the legislature. In the 128th, I submitted a proposal that would have included African American history as mandated curriculum, similar to the mandate for teaching Wabanaki history. That bill met with opposition due to the mandate. During the 129th, we made an effort to adjust our approach so we can move this forward, but we're unfortunately still working towards a solution when the legislature adjourned due to the pandemic. Since then, we have recommitted to this work. And with historians and scholars of Maine's and New England's African American history, public school students, teachers, and our state archivists, all of whom have been involved in developing this bill that I bring before you today. We're going to try again. We have also consulted with the Maine Department of Education and the Maine Education Association, who I hope that you will hear from this afternoon. At this historic time, and with everyone in agreement, finally, we feel confident about taking this next step forward by passing LD 1664. Specifically, this bill does the following. Number one, it requires the department to convene a volunteer advisory committee within 30 days of the effective date of this legislation. The committee will collect information and prepare materials, including exemplar modules for teaching African American studies, so that Maine's educators will have the tools that they need. Number two, it directs the department to develop a process by which local school districts can choose to audit their curricula to ensure equitable and accurate representation of African American voices, history, and culture. And three, finally, beginning in time for the 2023-2024 academic year, LD 1664 includes instruction on African American Studies and Maine African American Studies in the Maine Department of Education's required units of instruction on American history and Maine studies. The bill also requires that the department report back to this committee on its progress towards these objectives no later than April 1st, 2022. According to research by the National Museum of African American History and Culture, an overwhelming majority of teachers nationwide recognize the importance of teaching Black history, yet perhaps only 1 or 2 lessons, a small percentage of total class time, are devoted to Black history when we teach US history. Among the reasons cited for this are a lack of content knowledge, confidence, time, and resources, as well as teachers' uncertainty around approaching difficult content based on how they perceive their students' maturity levels. This measure is a critical step toward addressing those barriers. According to the National Council for Social Studies, a number of other states, as well as some individual school districts, are implementing similar efforts to promote the inclusion of African American history and culture in their classrooms. In a 2017 article from Social Education, the Journal of the National Council for Social Studies, Assistant Professor of Social Studies Education at the University of Missouri-Columbia, LeGarrette J. King wrote, "The study of history requires learning about the identities of groups of people. History not only indicates where people have been, what they have been, where they are, and where they are, but history also provides a blueprint for where they still must go and what they still must be." As was the case in the early 20th century and in the 1960s, Black history is needed to allow society to comprehend Blackness through the record of Black agency and advancement in the context of systemic notions of white supremacy and racism. Our teaching should center on how Black history improves our understanding of contemporary circumstances and how it can stimulate us to improve our democracy. By providing curricular support and direction for teaching African American history and culture, including history specific to Maine and New England, we will give educators the means to share a more thorough, honest view of our heritage in order to better inform our shared future. I recognize you've had an extremely long day. I want to just say as I conclude that I enjoyed listening to the discussion on both LD 187 and I believe it's 245 or 215 that have been brought forward by Senator Lucchini and Representative Fecto. I enjoyed seeing our young people and our students testify in favor of those bills, and the very good discussion that you all had about genocide and why it's important that we continue to teach what that is about. I hope that you will take that same energy and understanding and apply it to this bill. For there was an African American genocide. It was committed on this land. It was committed in the triangular slave trade. 15 million, an estimated 12 to 15 million people died during the global slave trade, which does not even account for the millions of people who were then held in indentured servitude and who have suffered generation after generation based on that genocide. So I hope that you will join me in supporting this bill and making sure that this knowledge, this history, this experience is taught to all of our students in the state of Maine. Thank you very much for your time. And I want to once again thank all of the historians, teachers, scholars, and participants in our work group over the last year or so that brought this bill forward.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have any questions for Representative Ross at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you for being here. Oh, sorry, Representative Brennan.
I'm sorry, I was kind of late navigating around on my computer. And Representative Talbot Ross, nice to see you today, and thank you for presenting this. I just want to follow up in your comments, in particular about 187. As I was looking at 187, it seemed to be the identical bill that the committee and the legislature considered back in 2019. So, and based on your comments today, you wouldn't see it as incompatible having African-American studies and the genocide issue sitting next to each other?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brennan. You know, I hope I understand your question. You know, I think I heard discussion earlier from this committee. There are clearly two separate histories. This bill, the distinction I think with this bill between the other two is that this is not a mandate. Right. What we're doing in this bill is we're putting African American history within the content standards and the performance indicators for American history. And likewise, we're putting Maine's African American history in Maine studies in the content standards and performance indicators, so that all of this work starts to coalesce underneath the ways in which we are currently teaching. And so it respects that process and incorporates it within that learning results continuum. The way that I understand the other two bills is that they are both mandates of some sort. I see Representative Milano shaking her head. So I've got the wrong understanding about those other two bills. I do not see a problem with moving forward in one bill that does the same. I would respectfully say that this bill has been worked on by educators for several years now. And we hope that you understand the African-American experience as both a genocidal one and as one that has shaped this country. Because slavery, if it did nothing, it reduced African people of African descent to not being human beings. And that is really quite the basis of how you just describe genocide. I'm sorry if I didn't get the specific answer to your question, Representative.
No, that was very helpful. It was very helpful, your description about the learning standards, learning indicator in regards to your bill and that distinction between the other bill. I was thinking a little bit more about the content similarities, but we can take that up at work session. Thank you.
Any additional questions at this time, folks? Again, Representative, we want to thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here and your continued work on behalf of Mainers. Have a good day.
Thank you.
We do have a couple of folks coming in to speak for LD 1664. First up would be Amaya Moore. Good afternoon.
Greetings, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Amaya Moore. I am 15 years old. I live in Elliott, Maine, and I'm going to testify in support of LD 1664. The only Black history I've been taught in school was how Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat and how MLK gave a great speech. I learned that slavery happened, but that the extent of it was picking cotton in southern fields while white people cared for the Africans they enslaved by providing food, water, and shelter. My U.S. history textbook dehumanized people who look like me. They treated my ancestors as commodities, describing the Middle Passage as a mere exchange of molasses, spices, and slaves. It was filled with misinformation, such as the KKK targeted white and Black people, which invalidates the torment this organization has incited against generations of Black Americans. It describes heroic Black people such as Nat Turner as a rebel slave, a murderer of women and children, not a hero who led a revolution. It would pain me to take notes, rewriting their lives into my notebook, rereading those words in my handwriting. When it came to take tests, I was torn between writing the truth and writing the lies that would get me a good grade. Whenever I asked questions about Black history, my teachers would either shrug or share false information. In 8th grade, my teacher asked the class to envision what we would look like in the 1700s, without giving a second thought to the fact that I would have been separated from my family, sold, enslaved, and possibly raped. What he really meant was, what would you be doing in the 1700s as a white person? The current education system asks children of color to transform ourselves into white people so that we can fully understand and appreciate their history. I shouldn't have to check my identity at the door of my school. Research has proven that nurturing positive racial identities is critically important to student achievement. Sharif El-Mekki writes, quote, "Colorblindness forces a default white paradigm and pedagogical framework on millions of diverse students," end quote. Most Maine teachers are completely out of touch with Black students in our history. They ignore our heritage, violate our hair, use offensive language, and allow students to use the N-word. Black students have to endure our school while our white counterparts can just show up and learn. The education system in Maine fails children of color. That is why this bill is so important. Everybody should have the chance to learn the full telling of U.S. history and not the whitewashed, sugar-coated version of it. Our ancestors built this country, and yet we don't even get to learn about it. In closing, I would like to share with you a piece of American history you probably don't know about. The 1811 slave revolt, which was the largest African uprising on American soil. In Louisiana, over 500 Africans revolted against plantation owners and U.S. troops. Although the revolt ended in the death of many Americans, it was pivotal, inspiring enslaved Africans in Haiti to revolt and win their freedom. Historian Leon Walters writes, quote, "The sacrifices of these brave men and women were not in vain. The revolt reassured the humanity and redeemed the honor of the people. The uprising weakened the system of chattel slavery, stimulated more revolts in the following years, and set the stage for the final battle, the Civil War, that put an end to this horrible system. The children and grandchildren of the rebels in 1811 finished the job in the Civil War. Louisiana contributed more soldiers, over 28,000 to the Union Army, more than any other state. These women and men of 1811 represented the best qualities of people of African descent. They were people of exceptional courage, valor, and dedication. These were women and men who put the interest and welfare of their masses above their own personal desires. These were people who understood that the emancipation of the masses is a precondition for the emancipation of the individual, unquote. African American history is American history. By ignoring the rich history and inspirational contributions of African Americans, we're not only doing 1.3% of Mainers a disservice, but we're withholding important U.S. history from 100% of Mainers. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. That was excellent. Any questions, folks, at this time? Yes, I have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Moore, for your testimony. I appreciate it. And I'm going to form this in a form of a question. You'll just have to agree with me.
Okay.
I agree that you're very well spoken. And that was a wonderful testimony and a good reminder of why this is such an important topic that needs to be talked about more.
Yes, I do agree. Thank you.
Thanks. You did a good job.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Where did you say you went to school?
From elementary to middle school, I went to Seacoast Christian School. It's in Southburg, Maine. It's very small and private. Yeah.
And you're in what you said you were in?
I'm 15. I'm a freshman right now, and I go to Burke Academy.
What school are you in?
Burke Academy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Well, again, thank you very much for your testimony. We've had a great day hearing from our students throughout the state, and you've done an outstanding job. So good for you, and you have a good evening. Thank you both. We have, I'm not sure if either, yes, I'm sorry. Next up, speaking for would be Grace Levitt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher, National Board Certified, on leave from Greeley High School to serve as president of the Maine Education Association. And I would like to first say that I am very humbled by the previous speaker and the testimony given, and wish that I could live up to that standard, but I still will continue with my remarks. The Maine Education Association generally is not in favor of curriculum mandates being passed by the legislature, and especially if they're imposed without the resources, most particularly time, that would be needed in order to add them into what is already required. Even such important topics as some that are called for in some of the other bills coming before this committee today would be difficult to support without additional instructional time provided along with professional development and planning time and materials. LD 1664, however, is different. The proposal seeks an integration of African American studies into already existing curriculum. The topic that LD 1664 seeks to integrate into current American history and Maine studies is one that has been overlooked or only superficially treated, if at all, in too many cases, not only leaving real gaps in students' understanding of the history of our country, but possibly actually painting an inaccurate portrayal of many aspects of the history of the United States. This clearly has contributed to too many of us struggling to understand current issues and events and what has led to these events and brought our country to be where it stands today, with undeniable, glaring inequities and continuously growing economic disparities and opportunity gaps. The MEA urges the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1664. Our schools need to do what they can to incorporate missing components of this country's history in order to ensure that a more complete account of events be included in what is taught in our United States history classes and Maine studies classes. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at this time, please, of Ms. Levitt? Yes, Representative Millette.
Thank you for recognizing my waving hand. I too struggle to find my little person hand there. Good afternoon, Ms. Levitt. So I'm going to ask you, but I think this is really more for the work session and for the department to answer, and Ms. Risler. I'm looking at LD 187 and trying to understand the differences between that bill and this bill. It appears to me that both address section 4706. There's a substantial more prescriptive language within subparagraph 1 around how African American studies will be taught. And then there's a section 3 on the history of genocide. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, from your perspective, is there a problem with the inclusion of the history of genocide in 187? Is it somehow different than what's being done in this bill?
I think what struck me as we were reading 1664 was that it uses the word integrate into American history and into Maine studies. Again, all of these topics in some of the other pieces as well, but certainly in 187 are incredibly important. And so I'm not sure how best to weave that in, if that can be done as well. I don't really see that they are that distinct. We did submit testimony neither for nor against on some of the other bills, including 187, basically because it just appeared as another curriculum mandate. And that is something that we just feel that needs a process. There was another bill earlier this session where there's a process to review those that come before your committee, as well as an additional bill that I think you heard just last week, asking for a review of curriculum mandates. I'm going a long way around to saying that, yes, this is probably best answered by Hillary Risler and the Department of Education as far as how the two might work together. But we do feel that the topics are incredibly important to be sure that our students are getting a complete understanding of the history.
Thank you. So, Ms. Risler, just if you could help me understand, because I believe 1664 does amend subchapter 1 under 4076 to include African American studies. So if you could help us understand that, that would be great. Thank you.
Representative Crockett, please, with a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Ms. Levitt. Kind of a follow-up on Representative Millet's question. With respect to, I agree, integrating these studies into the learning results is a wonderful path and a wonderful idea. From the MEA standpoint, are there any other curriculum things that would rise to that same level that feel should integrate into the learning results? And maybe the Holocaust would be an example of that.
Certainly the Holocaust should be taught. I guess I'm a little surprised at some of what I heard earlier today, that there is such a lack of awareness of it. And then again, I shouldn't be surprised by things like that at this point in my life, but these are all incredibly important. And I think that what we are experiencing now in this country just highlights the importance of all of these topics as being really essential to our students to have a thorough understanding in order to do better going forward. It does inform our future and certainly helps to understand the present. The question, I think it came up from one of the comments from one of you on the committee earlier, one of the other pieces of legislation was we would need a six-year high school experience to cover all that we all really feel should be covered, but there need to be ways to integrate these most important topics into the time that our students have with us.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time of Ms. Levitt? Seeing none, again, Ms. Levitt, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here today, and as well as the work that you continue to do through MEA.
Thank you for your work too. Have a good afternoon.
Yes, you as well. And Sam, how are we doing? We had two other folks listed, but they hadn't spoken since a little bit earlier.
Yes, Senator, I do believe Courtney's still not with us. And I do believe Eileen King gave her testimony earlier, but I'd be more than happy to let her in but I remember her listing all these bills.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. So they spoke already. So, all right. That said, I am going to call the hearing on LD 1664 to a close. Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, and you have a great evening. And in terms of our committee, folks, that is our list and slate of the day in terms of public hearings. I do have a reminder. Oh, yes. All right. I see a hand up and Hillary's in the picture. So that's the other, some language review potentially, or something else. But Representative Brennan first.
No, I'll wait till after Hillary is done with language review.
Thank you. Hillary?
Yeah, so I do have some language reviews. I didn't have a chance to email them out to the committee ahead of time, and so I can go through them with you now, or I can email them as soon as we finish up, and we can do them tomorrow. It's up to the committee.
That'll give us an opportunity to take a look if you do email. I mean, we totally understand your not having done so earlier. It's not like we haven't given you a few tasks to do at all recently, but.
Right. Well, then as soon as we wrap up, I'll get those out to you, and we will have a lot of language reviews coming up both tomorrow and just in general going forward. So we do ask when we do send them to you, as much as you can review ahead of time, that will help reduce the time we spend in committee going through them. And feel free to email ahead of time too if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You have a good day, Hillary. Thanks for your help today. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you to the committee for, it's been a long day, and we will be here quite a bit tomorrow. But I did want to note that we are starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow, as opposed to 10 o'clock. So it's 9 o'clock for the work sessions. They'll be started. And there will, as soon as we're done today, there will be a Democratic corner caucus.
Any other questions or announcements from anyone? Folks, again, I know there's been some long days, but there is an end in sight. So, but thank you for all you're doing and continue to do. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.